Oh, are we back? Are we back? Ah, I lost connection there for a second. we good though. We're back online. Yeah. We didn't miss anything. Oh, you're good, Carpool. Everyone's welcome. If it got silent, it's because I lost connection for a little bit. What the what does that mean, Anthony? Refresh? Refresh? Oh yeah, you gotta make a trainer card. But yeah, just follow the steps after you put in Pokestart. And then you'll buy balls. Or if you go down on fucking stream elements. Where am I? Oh yeah. If you scroll down on my page here, you'll see the Pokemon community game, and you'll there you go. Oh, you started with a Squirtle. Cute. But yeah, if you need to look at anything directly, the game app is on my page at the end. And yeah, then you can actually see your Pokemon and your balls, and you can go shop and battle. It's a whole thing. Oh yeah, and it's timed with that, but they come pretty frequently. But yeah, it's a little addicting, so it's fine. But you should totally, you can add the extension to your stream as well, like this. You were so scared and so cold. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to leave you out in the cold and scary world. It just, I'll try, but my Wi-Fi just apparently was just like, no, we are not doing this right now. But, you know, I would do my best to get back to you right away. Yes, you got your Squirtle. I don't remember what my starter was. Yeah, I have no clue. I've been playing for a while. But yeah, it gets addicting. I really like the game. But it does get frustrating when you're trying to catch Pokemon and you miss, because each ball has different percentages. So just the regular Pokeballs, what was it? Were they like 20%? And then the Great Balls, I want to say were 50. Yeah. Oh yeah, 20, 50, 80. Yeah. Okay, I was on the right track. Regular Pokeballs, 20%. Great Balls, 50. And then Ultra is 80. They're not. I'm just doing it right now because of the event going on. Let's see where I even at. Yeah, out of all the balls I've thrown the entire stream, I've only managed to catch one with the regular Pokeballs. And yeah, money is a little bit hard at first to accumulate, but if you just kind of keep catching and playing like passively, it grows. Well, we have to adopt a carpool then. Ugh. Oh, the Pokestones? They are with the evolutions. So if you click on a Pokemon's and you scroll down and it'll say your evolution, you'll click on that and it'll tell you how many stones you need, which are wild, and what level it needs to be, which is even more wild. So you really can't do anything with your stones until you have enough of them for whatever Pokemon you want to evolve, and as long as it is at the level it has to be, which I've been trying to level up my Pokemon in this game. It's taking forever. So yeah, you just save them for now. I think I was close to leveling up something at one point, but I don't even remember anymore. Let's see. Yeah, and then they have ranked battles going on right now. I don't, yeah, a lot of mine are really low too. So I was just putting a team of just my low levels and just kind of passively battling like bots or the stadium stuff. But oh my gosh, after a while it gets annoying because I'm like, why did I lose again? But you do get money and experience for it, but you know. And then supposedly some of the effects are a little bit different compared to the actual games, at least from what I've been looking at. So you definitely want to like look up which move is best for the types in this specific game, just in case. You just collect, yes. Oh, that is fine. It'll be horrible, but it is fine. Yeah, go to the little sword. You'll scroll down. There's ranked, private, bot. I do a little bit of the ranked, but I don't get very far. Because out of like, I don't know, every 8, I'll win one. And then it's back to losing. I would probably start with the bots, because you can start on easy with the stadium. And easy is usually better. I still die on easy. You would think medium would be fine, but that one's hard too. So, but yeah, I don't know. It's fun to like passively play and that, but yeah. Ugh. After my whole Poke rant, we're just like, fuck you, Mion. Okay, na. The victor would be decided by who could adapt to the winter-only events. We do snowball fights and shaved ice eating contests and treasure hunts in the snow. Wait, why is everything outside? Why can't we play tabletop games in the nice warm room while it's snowing? Oh, Kichi-kun! Oh, thank you. So nice to me. If you're saying things like that, then you're gonna lose a lot this winter. We'll have a lot of punishment games, and Rita will lose. Oh. Don't give me that howl. I settle things with a cross chop to the head. You're sure having fun. Our walls aren't very thick, so be careful not to go flying through any, okay? The paper sliding door opened, and Mion returned with a pot and a complete tea set. Do you want sesame seeds on your rice? Sorry, we don't have much in the way of bean paste or other good stuff. It's okay, it's okay. We didn't really come here to drink tea anyway. And with those words, the smile disappeared from Reina's face. She did it. Oh, that was Reina. Shh. Hello. Hello. careless statement reminded reminded us of what we had nearly been able to forget. I had wanted to enjoy this peaceful time for a little longer, but we put an end to that with those honestly careless words. When she noticed the smile disappear from Reina's expression, Mian too changed hers. It was as if the cheerful air that was like a warm spring day until a moment ago had slipped through the cracks in the paper door and altogether disappeared. There was no point in regretting it now. We did not come here today to chat and enjoy ourselves. Mian silently poured the tea. During that time, both Rana and I sat kneeling without uttering a word. Yes, of course. Yeah, we stay up kind of late, don't we? Ooh, good luck at your meetings. Thanks for stopping in. We'll talk to you later. Bye. Good night. Sleep well. There we are. Drink up. We couldn't even mutter a word of acknowledgement at those natural words of courtesy. Thank you. There's no poison in it or anything. Do you distrust me that much? That's upsetting. Mian gave a bitter smile at that and let her shoulders droop. Ellipses. Ellipses? Ellipses. We all remained silent. We remained silent, hoping that someone else would speak up first. That was, however, the one thing we didn't want to do, and so we sat for a long time. At last, Mian smiled scornfully and opened her mouth to speak. Hey now, Kei-chan, Reina, you're the guest. Didn't you come here for something? If you don't speak up first, this old man won't know what to do. Reina and I exchanged glances, and we both resigned ourselves. Reina opened her mouth to speak first, so I stopped her. Kiichi-kun. It's okay. I needed to come here. Let me talk first. Okay, I understand. What would Kei-chan have to tell me? Please give me your daughter's hand in marriage, maybe? Can't do that. My little Reina and Kei-chan aren't meant for each other. Go wash your face with miso soup and try again later. Ooh. Ooh. I agree, though. Reina's not for Kiichi. She's best girl, but not for Kiichi. Afterwards, I thought her mean remarks were Mian's own way of showing consideration. Mian had said those mean things in a totally normal voice, and it drained the tension from my shoulders. Mian, first, I have something to apologize for. You do? What for? Mian pretended that she didn't know what I was talking about, but I'd clearly gotten my point across. Well, on the night of Watanagashi, the ritual storehouse behind the shrine, I went in there. I could see Mian's expression immediately become harder. I knew it was somewhere I wasn't supposed to go, but it was just supposed to be a little bit of exploration. We didn't mean anything by it. Even so, I still shouldn't have done it. So I apologize. I'm sorry. To display my deepest sincerity, I pressed my forehead to the table. I'd meant it as my way of prostrating myself. She could do better. I know, way better. I figured it wouldn't feel sincere enough if I raised my head right away, so I left it there on the table for a while. Mian didn't say anything. With my face down, I couldn't tell what sort of expression Mian had. Only the voices of the cicadas filled the room. Mixed with them, I could hear the sound of the clock ticking. I almost read it as the clocking tick. That's right? Ticking's clock. That was all. When I started to struggle to breathe from having my head down for so long, Mian told me to stop. You got me there. I didn't expect you to pitch it to me straight. You've got me on the ropes. I looked up to see that Mian's face was calm, but she was smiling faintly. Blah, 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 blah. If you understand that even though it was only I'm beating hard. Though it was only a casual exploration for you, K-chan, that there are a lot of people who think it's no laughing matter, then it's okay. There's an old saying, when in Rome, do as the Romans do. It's been days since then. It may be too late, but I apologize. What I did was wrong. Please forgive me. I could feel pitiful tears welling up within me. If I had done this sooner, maybe nothing terrible would have happened. It's okay. If you know what you did was bad, then that's enough, right? Mian spoke like it was someone else's problem, and I wasn't happy about it. Mi-chan, Kichi-kun is apologizing seriously. I think maybe you should respond seriously as well. I am being serious, though. Do I not look serious to you, Reina? You don't. Reina was giving her tit for tat, and so the room's atmosphere quickly began to grow sharper. She was right. Even though I came here to speak from the heart like this, it's felt like she hasn't been taking this seriously. Obviously, Reina isn't fond of that. Kichi-kun, you can get up now. Let's tell her everything. That looks like Mi-chan That looks like what Mi-chan wants, too. Wants to. I had known it would turn out like this from the beginning. Hadn't I come here prepared for that? I mustered my willpower and bit my lip. Mian, you called Rika-chan and Satoko the day before last, right? I don't remember doing so. If you have any reason to think so, could you let me hear it? It was evening, before dinner time. Rika-chan should have come here, bringing a big bottle of soy sauce, to have you share some with her. Mian was trying to keep from showing any reaction, but I didn't miss her eyelid twitching just a little bit. Why do you think that? It's not hard to understand. Mi-chan, you saw it too, didn't you? Rika-chan's room? Mian put a finger to her forehead and acted like she was thinking. There was chilled tofu, but no soy sauce. Plus, the big bottle of soy sauce that should have been under the sink was nowhere to be found. What? Is that why she Is that why she would have come here? Mian, drop the act. You wrote it yourself on the notice, didn't you? That you'd share your soy sauce? Mian. I cannot word tonight. Mian scratched her head. I heard her ever so faintly click her tongue. It was as though we caught up. We found out she'd purposely given too little change to a servant. That's all I could feel from her. Then, Mi-chan, Vika-chan, you hit her. Rana hesitated for a moment. I could tell that she didn't want to use the word erased, and that she was struggling to find another word. Oh, that was really supposed to be the end, wasn't it? For you, anyway. Wait, who's talking? I don't know. You didn't foresee that Rika-chan would tell Satoko-chan that she was going to your house, did you, Mi-chan? Then Satoko-chan called. Right? Might Rika be imposing on you? Yeah, probably just like that. You sound just like her. Mi-chan, you were in a bit of a bind then. Because someone knew that Rika-chan had come here. So you decided to lure Satoko-chan here too. Lure her out? Like how, I wonder? Mian prodded Reina on, as if trying to get to the good part of an interesting story. I, however, knew. I had been watching Mian change the whole time. She was restlessly twirling her fingers. She had clearly lost her calm. Of course, it was really a slight thing, and only I, who had been watching her this whole time, would have known. Mian was panicking. What Reina was saying must have been a bullseye. It probably went like this. Satoko, I actually made too much dinner today, so why not come over and eat? Rika-chan came earlier and already ate some. Something like that? Scratch! Mian's nails dug into her knee. There's no recording of the phone conversations or anything. So how do you know that much? I know it because the dinner that Satoko-chan made for the two of them was plastic wrapped in the refrigerator and hadn't been touched. For a few moments, Mian's face was frozen in utter amazement. She looked like she couldn't believe that this person in front of her was Reina. Everyone. What? Where am I? Oh, with just that to go on, how did you even guess that we said what we said over the phone? It's a long explanation, so I'll get to the point. The contents of that refrigerator provided a vivid account of what you said over the phone when you lured her out. Mian's jaw remained on the floor. That was the only way I could describe her face. That's... I had no idea I had such an incredible detective right next to me the whole time. I can't believe you figure out everything, down to the phone conversation, just from what was inside the fridge. You've got me there. You've got me. You've got me. As if a dam had burst, Mian convulsed into laughter. Her laughter, though, definitely didn't make us want to laugh as well. Chapter 3 sounds good. One huge great masterpiece. I didn't crack, I'm voicing the laugh. Shh, don't tell my secrets. Mian grew tired of her dumb laughter, heaved a big sigh, and scratched her head. It almost seemed like Mian had lost the detective punishment game for the club or something, and her punishment had been decided. Oh, how fun that would have been if it were true. An incredible detective. Mi-chan, you're the one who guessed what Oishi-san told us. He called me an incredible detective too. As soon as she heard Oishi-san's name, Mian's eyes began to display panic more clearly so that anyone would be able to tell. Mian, the police have suspected you for a long time now. Oishi-san's officers have had the house under observation so that they could break in at any time. Mian attempted to feign calm, but it looked like she was having a hard time with that. Part of her couldn't believe that the police had her surrounded, and she closely examined Reina's facial expression. Blah, blah, blah. However, she couldn't detect a hint of falsehood. Finally, Mian seemed to accept the fact that the police were encircling the house. Was the mayor Mi-chan too? Were Tomitaki-san and Takano-san you as well? Mian didn't answer our rapid-fire questions. I could clearly see impatience in her eyes, which were still feigned calm. At last, Mian, who had been sitting there lazily, readjusted her cushion and sat herself upright. At that moment, the atmosphere in the room changed completely. Mian's expression also changed. The impatience and wonderment in her expression disappeared, and she became so solemn you would think she was about to conduct a tea ceremony. I could sense it. It was now, in this moment, Mian had ceased to be Mian, but had changed into Mian Sonozaki, the current heir to the Sonozaki house. That solemn atmosphere about her was clearly abnormal, and was entirely different from that of the Mian that I knew. Now I could believe it. Now I could believe that she was the young leader who commanded the entire Sonozaki clan. Mian quietly placed both her hands on the tatami mat and gave a beautifully elegant bow, as if this really were a tea ceremony, and named herself. We meet for the first time. I am the current heir to the Sonozaki house. My name is Mian. Mian's movements were so elegant they could cut, and we wouldn't even answer her. All Reina and I could do was watch, baffled at her actions, which we could never imagine the normal her doing. I would like to welcome you to the Sonozaki main house today. I will greet you all in place of our leader, Oreo. It seems as though you have various things you would like to ask. If I can be of any assistance, then I would like to answer without concealing anything. What? What did Mian just say? Mian said she would answer anything we asked. There was a strong light of resolve in her eyes. It's really all right if we ask anything then. I shall tell you everything I know. That is why you have come here after all. Rain and I exchanged glances. There was a mountain of things we wanted to ask Mian. However, we hesitated for a moment on what we should ask first. The first question Reina gave was extremely abstract. but it was the question everyone wanted to know right now. Why would you do this? That was all I wanted to ask as well. Why would you do this? That didn't only go for Rika-chan and Satoko. It went for the mayor, Takano-san, and Tomitaki-san as well. Not even further back. Wow. No, even further back. For all the incidents that have been occurring every year. For a little while, Mion couldn't respond. Right when we realized that the question was too vague and tried to put it into more concrete terms, she finally opened her mouth to speak. Speak, girl. Speak. A bagon. To answer that question will take some time. If that is acceptable, however, then I would by all means like you to hear it. Begone, bagon! Bagon! She spoke clearly. She spoke with a clarity that a grandmother might use when telling a story from a long time ago. Get your bones, get your bones! Do you know that Hinamizawa village used to be called Onagafuchi village? Reina nodded lightly, then shot me a glance asking me if I did. I returned her nod. Hinamizawa was once called Onagafuchi village, yes. I heard all about it that night from Takano-san in the ritual storehouse. They firmly believed that demon blood ran through their veins and cut off all contact with the outside world. They were worshipped by those in the villages at the foot of the mountains and treated like transcendents, those capable of magic. Oh, Anthony, you won the raffle and the bagon? Way to go! That's right. Our ancestors in Onagafuchi village were proud transcendents descended from the demons. Those in the villages at the foot of the mountains worshipped and honored them. Sorry. At least it's something. Nevertheless, that all decayed with the end of the Tokugawa era. The black ships arrived. The era of the samurai ended. The era of national isolation ended. And the tradition of worshipping Onagafuchi village quickly disappeared. Those things that linger from the past were all to be detested. That was the kind of era it became. The Meiji era began, and the name of Onagafuchi village, with its long history, was forcibly changed to Hinamizawa village. I have heard the Meiji government strongly wished to erase the old customs. The abolition of feudal domains and the establishment of prefectures. An era had begun, seeing Japan sprinting up the stairs that were beyond their means to try and reach the same level of the rest of the world. All things in the Western style were to be extolled. Well, whoa. Words are becoming so hard. I know we're so close. Sorry. All things in the Western style were to be extolled, while all old traditional things were to be scorned. That was the sort of era it was. Our ancestors in Onagafuchi village were proud transcendents descended from the demons. Onagafuchi village disappeared in a flash. At last, Japan, provoked by the great European powers colonizing countries in Asia one by one, began a policy to increase its wealth and military power so that it could stand as a global power in its own right. Conscription began, and they won war after war. The First Sino-Japanese War and the Russian... Descendants that descended from a demon. Yeah. They're double descended. Like their balls. Okay. And until the Pacific War broke out, they recklessly climbed the staircase towards modernization. At the time, Onigafuchi village had already lost its impenetrability. They could now be penetrated. Woo! The villagers, once worshipped as transcendents, were now on the receiving end of inhuman treatment. The sacred Onigafuchi village had been groundlessly labeled an isolated village of those afflicted with incurable diseases, a mere shadow of its former self, and stood on the precipice of an era of hardship. What are you... You're clipping penetrable? Thanks. Thus began harsh days where one would suffer unreasonable discrimination just because people knew one was from Onigafuchi. The children in the village at the foot of the mountain were taught not to go near Hinamizawa because filthy germs were rampant there. Yeah, thanks. Children who had come into contact with children in Hinamizawa would cry and wail as their parents purified the spot they were touched by rubbing salt on it. One of the adults said to the children that if you got lost in Hinamizawa, you would be kidnapped by demons, cut up into pieces, and devoured. Never ever go near the terrifying village of the man-eating demons. That's what he taught them. Another said that during a famine long ago, the people of Hinamizawa gathered up all the corpses they discarded into the dry riverbeds, then cooked and ate them in order to survive. Groundless stories, but said in such seriousness. Baseless slander added to baseless slander, making Onigafuchi village's historically accurate, thrilling history all the more believable. Perhaps the chain of undue discrimination was a manifestation of the people's anxiety towards the uncertain times. Of course, the story didn't end only with the perspective of children. If anyone found out you were from Onigafuchi, you would be turned down from any job you applied for. People would even go back on engagements and marriage proposals. As for the marriages where one partner had lied about it, as soon as the truth got out, they were made to divorce. It even caused trials. They would appeal that where one came from wasn't an important enough reason to divorce. They would, however, lose their case. Lying about one's birthplace apparently constitutes a heavy act of misrepresentation in marriage. That's terrible. I've heard about such discrimination towards those in small villages in civics class. Just because others knew you were from a tiny hamlet, you would be subjected to every societal disadvantage there was, a modern form of bullying. Though I only memorized that because it was going to be on a test one time. Wow, Kiichi, you fucking nerd. I recalled being suspicious about it and unable to believe such discrimination occurred in modern Japan. Wow, Kiichi. I do want to hear funny. Your Wi-Fi crashed. Oh my gosh. Yep. Wi-Fi is just like, no, we not do any of this tonight. No one is allowed to connect. You're on mobile? Oh no. Well, If you have to go, don't overuse like your battery and all that, okay? Yeah, I hope your day gets better. uh well, thank you for staying. Well, I suppose I can't say that. Say that it. I suppose I can't say that they weren't asking. Fucking manga gamer! I can't say that they weren't asking for it. Our ancestors were proud of the of the demon blood flowing through them. They lived their lives boasting about it and scorning those at the foot of the mountain, after all. They struck fear into the villagers down there with their mystique and demanded gifts of dread and tribute. With that, Mian smiled for the first time, albeit in self-mockery. During the Pacific War, despite the slogans that all the country was acting as one, those from Hinamizawa continued to suffer all manner of discrimination. There were too many ways to count. They would send their husbands and sons to war, and the women on the home front would suffer greatly too. My grandmother remembers it well. She remembers it being a difficult time. Even the bitterly long war, however, finally ended in 1945. Hinamizawa had lost many male hands, but at last their fathers and husbands and sons returned to them. Of course, there were also many who didn't come back. Nevertheless, for those in Hinamizawa who were at their limits, barely able to maintain the village without the men, their return was a very happy thing. MacArthur's GHQ set to work on drastically improving mindsets and strove for the abolition of unfair discrimination. Yes! Oh yeah. Relive it! It'll be great. They could feel day breaking on the dismal night. That was the previous era. Hinamizawa was on the verge of turning into a ghost town. Those in the village started to say that they should rebuild it once again, and got to work, trying to make the village even a little more plentiful. During that time, someone appeared who built up a fortune through a vast number of dealings. I almost said deadlings. In the black market. That was Mian's grandfather, the husband of the elderly current family head, Sohei Sonozaki. Sohei said that he managed food warehouses in Harbin after being dispatched to the Chinese mainland. When it was time to pull out, he conspired with his superiors and comrades and stole a great deal of the army's canned goods. He hid them somewhere in the Seto Inland Sea and sold them widely at a high price on the black market, thus earning a fortune. Sohei didn't spend that fortune for his own pleasure either. He entrusted the entire amount to his wife, the head of the Sonozaki house. Let's revive this ruined village. All who live here are our family, and this fortune is our collective property. So he proclaimed to my grandmother, the current head of the family. That vast fortune was a huge reason why Hinamizawa was revitalized after the war. I see. With that, Hinamizawa came back to life, and that's how the Sonozaki family had established its current prosperity. Of course, there were many people who begrudged the money coming from the black market, but the villagers no longer minded it. They succeeded at one business venture after another. Those who had succeeded freely supported those who followed them. The giant family of Hinamizawa, tied together with strong bonds, kept on expanding its influence. The Sonozaki family, the center of everything, would be extolled for a long time as the minds behind Hinamizawa's revitalization. The person at the middle of all of it was your Nana, Mitan. That's amazing. What a great success. Mian looked like she was honestly happy Reina had praised her. However, around 1955, the wind started blowing in the other direction again. Because of the canned flesh incident. Canned flesh? It sounded so hideous that just hearing it made me nauseous. A Ch.2. Someone naming himself as my grandfather Sohei Sonozaki's superior confessed that those canned goods had been human flesh. Hinamizawa, a village in which demons lived and ate humans. They were just about to wipe away that cursed stigma. The light they had finally started to see in their peaceful lives grew hazy and disappeared. I think we're still Mion. The shocking truth, as revealed by his former superior. The stolen provisions from the old Japanese army that had been a huge cornerstone for Hinamizawa's revival had been canned human flesh. Oh, nope, we're still Kiichi. I don't know what's going on. Why were there cans like that? Wasn't Sohei just the manager of food warehouses? His superior revealed that Sohei Sonozaki did not have the job of managing the food. In reality, Sohei's job during the war had been to exterminate pestilent mice and to transport the corpses of those with infectious diseases. It had... I'm crashing, sorry. It had been unfair treatment, and all because of the lowliness of his origins. As a result, though, he had returned safely without having been sent to the front lines or being detained. Perhaps that was the only fortunate thing to happen to him. Finally, Sohei was enlisted as an assistant at a military medical institution. There, however, he found something even worse than the low, scorned, depressing customs of Onigafuchi village. In the research they were carrying out, could that have been, well, you know, the bacteriological corpse in the old Japanese army or whatever? Kiichi-kun, you've heard of that? What could it be? I was pretty sure it was Unit 731. It was a nightmare unit that devoted itself to researching terrifying bacteriological weapons. I think I said it wrong the first time. To break the deadlock in the war. They used many innocent people as fodder for horrible human experiments. They methodically observed how many days a new strain could take to kill the victims. How many days it would be when injected. How many days it would be when swallowed. They dissected many people to find that out. Sometimes they wouldn't bother waiting until they were dead and dissected them while they were still alive. They would strap them into centrifuges while still alive and crush them in decompression chambers while still alive. I think they're still alive. You just swallowed. It's always time for a bad joke. Boom, 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 boom. When a live human decompresses, all the holes in their body get pushed outwards, and their intestines get pushed out of their anus, like a snake winding out of it. He said anus. I have a feeling I saw something like that on a documentary one time. That makes me sick. And they still hate Hinamizawa, huh? Wait, is what he's talking about, like, real? Ugh. Or is this all... Hold on. Now I gotta know. I gotta know. Yes. Yes, this is all real. Very, very much real. Oh, yeah, what he's talking about is actually the same stuff that, at least the quick review I had, is that did happen. So the 731 unit is real. And it did happen, like you said, in World War II. But yeah, what he's talking about, like the forced disease research and all that. Anyway, happy anime girls, yay! You Rainbow Sunshine! You're right, I'm sorry. I mean, I don't think it gets much happy here. Oh, wait. Okay, hold on. Happy, joy. No. Give me one quick second here. Okay, here you go.
12 years ago, a nine-tailed fox suddenly appeared.
If you believe it.
Naruto, believe it.
Here I am with my ninja clan, here we stand. Naruto, I'm on my way. Naruto, I'll be okay.
Yes.
Getting ready to fight on sight. Got my best friends by my side. Sasuke, he's really cool. Sakura, the beautiful.
Sasuke, the cool. Hello, Sergeant Tinman. We just got really sad with what we read. So we had to find something happy and fun, and the German Naruto opening just seemed perfect for that. Yeah, welcome in. This tends to happen. But yeah. Was that good, Anthony? Do you need more, I don't know, something? I don't know what I'm trying to say anymore. Need more weird songs going on? We can do more songs. No, it's goof. Gorsh! Okay. Well, you just let me know. We'll find more songs to play. Let's see. Okay. We're so close to being done with the game / chapter / everything / life. I'm just kidding. You're the best. You said it. Mian agreed with me, giving a faint, sad smile. It wasn't much in the way of communication, but for some reason, I was happy to have it right now. The unit Sohei was in did way kinder research than that. They were researching concrete methods for reducing the difficulty of delivering food on the battlefield. Okay, there we go. That's good. That's what I said half an hour ago. Well, they extended this conversation like mega compared to the anime. You remember the anime? They were literally like, haha, laugh, laugh, let's get straight into it. Why did you do it, Mion? And then she's like, yeah, you're right. Okay, I'll turn myself in. Hey, Kiichi, come on, let's go have some one-on-one time. You know, we're still on the conversation part here. We've been on the conversation part here. The military's designs at the start of the war completely fell apart, and a chronic food shortage broke out all over the battlefront. The food shortage led to malnutrition, because I can read, and as their natural resistances lowered, the soldiers fell to one disease after another. Spirit and morale lowered as well. They wouldn't be able to maintain their forces at this rate. Apparently, that's where the research started. At first, it was to find methods of delivering food to battlefields. It was very broad and included things from violent methods like stealing it from citizens to survival methods like how to cook unfamiliar insects and plant life. As they were working out the details, they kept straying off course and going out of control, until finally they knocked down a door called Taboo. What do you think the easiest source of protein on a battlefield is? Reina and I knew the answer without being told, so we didn't answer. That's right. They were researching ways to handle using humans as food. Why know words are so hard? I don't know why we do this. We should just not read or learn. Fighting onwards, sometimes eating the flesh of enemies and sometimes that of allies, became the ultimate service paid to their country. They were deathly serious about this doctrine. It really is a riot. My grandfather was despised as someone who ate human flesh, and yet they had gone above and beyond that. Apparently, he always thought about it too. Even if he was a vulgar, man-eating demon, they were far more ugly demons than he. So no matter how much he was scorned, he wouldn't put up with it. At last, they had a handful of test prototypes. When the soldiers learned it was human flesh, however, the scientists couldn't make anyone eat it. So it was apparently sent to the front lines. The cans were labeled meat substitutes, and so that they wouldn't accidentally eat it themselves, they stamped the bottoms with a circle. The starved soldiers on the front lines apparently loved all the prototypes they were sent. Among them, those who cooked it in soy sauce, like was sukiyaki, loved it the most. But come on, Michan, stop. I'm getting sick to my stomach. Reina really was pale-faced, and she looked like she was having difficulty continuing to sit on her knees. Mian looked like she had more to say, but she sighed lightly and stopped there. Then, those canned goods your grandpa brought back. I don't know if it's true. Sohei denied it was human flesh up until the day he died. However, those who begrudged Hinamizawa's sudden revival called him a savage for making a fortune from selling human flesh, and the villagers began to be scorned again. They returned to a time where children would be jeered at and have rocks thrown at them. The foolish people! What? The Soylent Greenest people! The stiffening silence came back. What a seriously hopeless and sad story it was. They discriminated, were discriminated against. Discriminated? Yes, and were discriminated against. I think he said the same thing twice in a row, but he's been doing that like the last 2 hours, so I think I'm just like, woo. Why must they attach worth and rank to it? Why can't they live without looking down on people? Why can't everyone enjoy life together? Why can't we be friends? Why can't we be friends? Why can't we be friends? 'Cause some of us eat flesh. Why can't we? Whiny, you cannot eat human flesh. My grandmother, the family head, once told the children of the village this. Tasty, tasty, friends. Boil them, mash them, stick them in a stew. That's how you eat. You're humans. I had something going and then I lost it. The bones? Yes. The human bones. You. Grind them all up. And you put it in and you get extra calcium. Yes, delicious. Gives you that little extra crunch too. You're on subchapter 11 of 3, and you realize you have to finish this tonight. Great, the next one is short. I can get to answer talk. Oh! Yeah, because weren't you on like, you were on some way earlier chapter. I think when we started, huh? That's nice that it's so short, though. But yes, get to your answers, Ark. If they throw a stone at one of you, then 2 of you must throw stones back. Yeah, it was like 8 or 7. Yeah. Man, it took me like... What time did I start? 8? 8 my time? I think it almost took me like 3 hours to get through a chapter. But I was totally not distracted or goofing around during that. Yep, sure thing. The children asked her, what if they threw stones at 2 of us? Of course, the answer was simple. If they throw stones at 2 of you, throw them back with 4. If they chase 8 of you with sticks, drive them off with 16. If they slander 30 of you, yell back with 60. Finally, the children asked, what if we're attacked by 1,000 people? Even that answer was simple. If 1,000 people attack you, then everyone in Hinamizawa will stand up against them. It was a manifesto to spur people into action. Wally! I don't know if you can hear him in the background or not, but he's whining. Oh, you ate your time? He did. My grandmother rose up not only as the leader of the Sonozaki house, but as the mother of Hinamizawa. It was halfway through 1955. It was a time when riots over the treaty with the US were rampant, a time of battle and action. The people of Hinamizawa joined together and fought, treating unfair discrimination towards one as a crime against them all. It didn't matter whether that one was a child or an adult. If they heard that a child had been told off, then everyone would crowd the house of the perpetrator, acting as a whole. If they heard an adult had been treated unfairly, men and women, young and old, would all band together and stand up against it. If you meddled with people from Hinamizawa, you would be in trouble. They probably figured that if they could make others think that they'd win. Hey-chan, do you remember how many people came to help you when you got involved with those delinquents in town? I recalled how much of an impression it had left on me. That the people of Hinamizawa boldly came to my rescue, yet the people of Okinomiya averted their eyes so they wouldn't get involved. My grandmother fought, and my parents carried on the fight. At last, peace returned to Hinamizawa. Of course, that peace had been placed on a razor's edge. When you consider the previous 100 years of history, the tranquility now can only be called a chance interval, standing on uneven scales. Why? Could I really have an opinion on such a long and difficult history when I hadn't moved here more than a year ago? Yet, I said it anyway. Why can't everyone just live in peace? What happened to those old stories of Oyashiro-sama that I heard from Takano-san? Man and demon joined hands and lived together in harmony. Didn't Oyashiro-sama remain in this world to watch over that? It's a fairy tale. I mean, that even if those people and the demons were real, the Oyashiro-sama who meditated between them wasn't. Is that why Oyashiro-sama's curse happens? A cold gust of wind blew in from outside, fluttering Mian's long, beautifully clear hair. Mian kept her refreshing smile, without answering, and didn't even change her expression. But even that became a silent answer. So the Hinamizawa village might once more be like Onagafuchi village, so that we may again be a sacred existence, worthy of worship. That was the earnest wish of our ancestors in Onagafuchi, and the mission of those who inherit the demon in the Sonozaki main family. Those who inherit the demon. For generations, the Sonozaki family has had a custom of including the character for demon in the leader's names. If you write out my name on your hand, it should appear plain as day. I traced out the word Mian on the palm of my hand. Oh, she's right. The character for demon is in there. Not only in my name either, the demon is engraved on my body as well. When she said that, she quietly rose and began to lay her hand on her clothing. It's okay, Mi-chan. You don't need to show us, okay? Thank you. With just that exchange, I guessed what she meant. Most likely, somewhere on her body, there was a permanent seal, such as a tattoo or marking, that proved that she inherited the demon. Mian didn't sit back down. She smoothly opened the paper door out onto the porch. A refreshing breeze began to cleanse the damp air filling the room. Mian quietly gazed out at the wide yard for quite a while. On her shoulders was something I could never imagine the normal Mian carrying. It was the heavy, truly heavy history of Hinamizawa. No, of Onagafuchi, weighing down on them. What kind of words could I possibly say to a Mian like that? Reina wasn't saying anything to her either. Only the voices of the cicadas drowned out the silence. At last, after a long period of nothing, Mian murmured, "The serial incidents happening over the past 5 years, I was directly related to some of them, and indirectly to others. some were not the Sonozaki family, but were rather related to the others, the Kimiyoshi family and the Furude family. I think I was at the center of all of them. She said it all without turning around, with her back to us. At some point, her tone of voice had gone back to being the Mion we knew. I have faith in what I've done, and don't feel any guilt. If I did, perhaps it would be that I will have to leave the stage before the heir is decided. If I am caught and tried in a court of law, then I suppose that's how it works nowadays. Being able to retire with Hinamizawa at the most peaceful it's been in 100 years could be the happiest thing that's ever happened to any of the Sonozaki leaders of past generations. Mion leaned a shoulder against the paper door, then slid down it and flopped to the ground. It was an act of such resignation that just seeing it made me hurt inside. The numerous terrible crimes Mion had been a part of suddenly began to fade from my mind. Hey, Mion, I don't care what happens after this. Can't you just try to struggle as much as you can? Try to run away? As soon as I began to think that way, Reina's ringing voice filled the room. But... excuse me. Rika-chan and Satoko-chan. You killed them, didn't you, Mi-chan? The sharp points of her words stabbed into my chest despite not being directed at me. I'm not saying that it's okay if you killed other people. Regardless, Mi-chan, you killed Rika-chan and Satoko-chan. Reina's words were more biting than any I had ever heard. Even now that we knew all the heavy history pressing down on Mion's shoulders, she had criticized her for killing our friends. Just as I bear the duty of the Sonozaki family, Rika-chan bore the duty of the Furude family. That duty was to protect the ritual storehouse. My chest tightened. I learned around last year that Rika-chan had said something about it. The bars on the storehouse door were too heavy for her, and she wanted to change them to a simpler lock and key. Even the priest before her had complained about it being heavy. He was very aware of how hard it was for Rika-chan. I will make sure to guard it. Oh. So I want to replace the lock with something lighter. I replied on the behalf of the Sonozaki family leader. Ever since the string of freak death incidents, there seem to be people who are insolent towards Oyashiro-sama, so you shouldn't replace the lock with a simpler one. That said, the leader of the Kimiyoshi family, Old Man Kimiyoshi, he... If it's that difficult for you, Rika-chan, then I think it's okay to replace the lock, he said. The very fact that it was locked with a key was an indication of it being somewhere you mustn't enter. There's nobody bad enough to break through it and go inside, he said. Even if we were alike as leaders, I couldn't find it in me to argue with Old Man Kimiyoshi, since I owed him so much. In the end, we decided to change out the lock on the storehouse and switched it to a really cheap and light padlock. Old man, is this really alright? Nana says that it's possible that it that said Nana says that if possible, we should keep the lock the same. It'll be alright. You're quite the worrywart. If something happens, this old man will take all the responsibility. Do you promise? You mean that you will take responsibility as the leader of the Kimiyoshi family, right? You should be well aware of how sacred the things inside really are. It's okay. There aren't any bad cats in Hinamizawa who would open the lock and break in. Meow meow. Oh. Oh. I guess those were sobs. Okay. Sobs escaped from my mouth. Something hot and wet dripped down in spades and fell onto the tatami mat. I had already heard of the thieves entering the ritual storehouse during the Watanagashi festival. There were 4 of them. We decided to act within the day. Oh, wow! I love this. I'm so surprised we're still in this whole conversation. There were 4 of them. We decided to act within the day. At the same time, we needed to demand that the ones who allowed—
Nothing beats a Ch.2
Lizard, 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 lizard.
No escape. No escape! Oh, get your bones! Get your bones! Doo-doo-doo. We needed to demand that the ones who allowed the thieves to break in, Rika-chan of the Furude family and Old Man Kimiyoshi, take responsibility. My tears dripped and dropped, until just now, I had decided that was Mion's fault that she killed Rika-chan and the others. That was wrong. The one who killed them wasn't Mion. It was me. I might as well have killed them. Kitty-kun. I had a chance to stop this tragedy from happening, and yet I didn't. Cheap curiosity got the better of me, and I didn't. Hello! Lurneko! Hello, hello! Yes! It's going good, but it is so long. We are at the very last chapter. Or sub-chapter of the Watanagashi arc. So, the second game. I do like all the extra details and the context, and even this whole conversation is good and eye-opening compared to what you get in the anime. But yeah, it's going really good. Let's see. I know someone else in here has played this one, and they're on the 3rd game. Yeah, all the repetitions is getting to me. Cause Kiichi will constantly say like the same thing over and over, and then they'll re-explain things over and over, and then we get this whole conversation that's really super important. Then we'll like hear once. Carpool! I thought you were sleeping. What's going on? But yeah, it's pulling me in despite all that. You don't have to apologize. Couldn't sleep or something? Yeah. It sounds like you've played the games too, Blur Neko? What? Stop whining. Yay! Did you play all of them, or are you just further along than us? I'm really happy to find more people who've been playing it, or has played it. Oh, you got to play Umineko too? Oh, okay. Yeah, that one's definitely on the list to play. Oh, we're trying to finish this last chapter, and I'm so determined to finish it tonight. Oh, okay. Well, a refresher's always fun, huh? Yes. We may or may not take a break from Higurashi, though after this, we might play one other visual novel and then hop back in. We'll see, though. We kind of left it up to chance, because we rolled. we spun a wheel to see if we wanted Higurashi or not, and the wheel said no. So we spun for another visual novel. But I don't know, I'm kind of getting pulled in. and let's see. Oh, hello. Hi. Yes, thank you. And then someone in here, Hope is finishing the 3rd chapter right now. And they really recommended it, so I don't know. Maybe we'll continue on. We'll see. We'll see what everyone thinks. But yeah, you're always welcome to rewatch, remember, whatever you want. We usually play on Thursdays. But yeah, we have fun. And and K-chan's curiosity again. Yes, yes. If at that time I had stopped us from sneaking into the ritual storehouse, Rika-chan and the others wouldn't have had to die. The fuck? My 3rd child is causing a ruckus. If I had, then nothing would have happened. We would be spending our days having lots of fun like we always did. I was an idiot. If by shedding tears I could take it all back, then I would have filled up the room with them. However, such a meager act wouldn't be enough to redeem myself for the crime I've committed. Kei-chan, you're not at fault. Mian gently began to speak to me, as if trying to reason with me. As the leader of the Sonozaki family, I needed to act. But given the history of the Sonozaki family, thinking about it now, it's no big deal. Maybe I should have saved my friends, even if it meant casting all that aside. I yielded to it, and that's why I killed those two. I, Mian Sonozaki, and nobody else killed them. I had hundreds of chances to stop it, but I didn't stop. I gave in to the easy role that was handed to me, and abandoned all thought of fighting for my friends. So this is my crime. I killed them. Mian Sonozaki, with these hands, killed them, and nothing whatsoever changed.
Don Frito Hater has offered second lumbar vertebrae bone to Hallow.
Thank you for the bone. What's going on? Thank you. I will take them. What you doing up so late? Or early? I don't remember your time zone. Oh, and digging your grave too. Thank you, thank you. There's some other people I didn't see dig their graves yet. Dan. Or did you? I don't remember. It's been too long. With these hands, killed them, and nothing whatsoever changed. Nothing. Oh, weird. Everyone's digging their graves now, huh? It's okay. Oh, we got my laugh in. We're good. Oh, 8:30 for you in the morning? Oh, okay, okay. Ooh. Do you have places to be? Okay. Good night, Carpool. Thanks for stopping in again. Peace, peace, peace. Her masochistic laughter was sad, especially because Mian boasted in club that she would turn the tables on whatever predicaments presented themselves. Nowhere to be except IKEA. Ooh. Good luck in there. I hear sometimes they turn into liminal spaces. You can now back up your hard drive. Ooh, okay. I'm glad you're getting some progress done. Because, yeah, it would suck if your computer was just like, nope. It was so painful. Well, Mi-chan, you saved one person of your own volition. Huh? As I looked at her surprised, Reina stuck her finger right at my forehead. You left Kiichi-kun alive. As strong as you are, Mi-chan, it would have been no trouble for you, but you didn't kill him. That's right. Mian was so cunning that nobody could stand up to her, even in our club, if she had seriously tried to kill me. I would have been dealt with on the very first night. So many people had been sacrificed, but I was always left out in the cold. When did I first realize it? Even though people were disappearing one after the other, for some reason, I had this vague belief that only I would be left alive. Why didn't I kill him? As a demon, I can't even begin to guess. Maybe Mian had some reason she didn't want to kill you? What is that supposed to mean? Shh. Bang, bang! Oh, uh-oh. Alfredo don't like Mian. Mian put a finger to her lips to say that Reina didn't need to talk. Is Oishi waiting outside? Yes. Any way out? No. They said they had the place surrounded. It seemed like they called a lot of cars over the radio. I think they have your entire property surrounded. Mian fell silent. Reina's merciless words felt cruel. But they weren't meant to be. Maybe they were trying to lessen her good friend's pain, if only by a little. Maybe they were considerate, like she was trying to help. Did it again. Please, turn yourself in. Mian didn't open her mouth, but she smiled, just a little. We'll go with you. We'll never leave We'll never leave a friend by herself. Crying children and rain are the only things I can't beat. She rose, scratching her head. Her face had her face had returned entirely.
Don Frito Hater has subscribed for 1 month. Thank you so much.
What? Ah, well, you're so sweet. Thank you for the subscribe, Don. Alfredo. Oh, okay, you're right. I didn't see a thing at all. Oh, wait, hold on. We gotta... Yeah, we're so cool. Well, I still appreciate you stopping in and chatting and all that. And subscribing that you totally did not do. What did I do? Oh, I scrolled something. Hold on. I gotta get my head all the way over here. There. Okay. Oh, wait. More head. There we go. Meow 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 meow. No more meows. Oh, she rose, scratching her head. Her face had returned entirely to that of the usual Mion. That's ya bye. Borderline schizo. For Mion? Oh, we talk about someone else here. Oh, bing bang. I'm well aware of how serious my own crimes are. Even if they accept me turning myself in, I'll probably never be able to come back here. I couldn't say anything. The number of deaths Mion was involved in was just too large. Oh, okay. I was wondering why all my things are going off at once, but I think it's just a quinky dink. So much so that maybe recommending that she turned herself in was, in a way, extremely cruel. So, I'd like to hear I'd like you to hear one last selfish request. What is it? 30 minutes is fine. Just let me have some time alone with Kei-chan. Huh? My name suddenly came up, and it looked like I was the only one surprised about that. Kiichi-kun, is that okay with you? If you don't want to, then I won't make you. You're right. It's okay if you don't want to. After all, I'm a demon, and Kei-chan is a bona fide human who moved here from someplace else. For us to be compatible, as long as Oyashiro-sama doesn't exist to mediate, simply isn't possible. There was no reason for me to hesitate. Mion had been engulfed by heavy, unopposable tradition. Right now, the duty of handling this had fallen to me, and me alone. In fact, with me cornered, it would have been okay for her to blame me. I know which one to shoot. Everyone but Reina. Because the other good ones are dead. Whoop. However, Mion didn't say one word of blame. Far from it, I was guilty of the same crime, and she let me go. Amidst the fate she could not oppose, she saved me alone. I didn't know whether I should be thankful for that. Thinking upon it now, I didn't know how much easier it would be. If I were to be granted the same punishment as Rika-chan and the others, the only thing I knew for sure was that I had an equal duty to bear the sins that Mion shouldered. So, when it came to Mion's last request, there was no reason for me to hesitate. Chaka-kan! Did you finish? Sure, it's fine. Thank you. I'd like to thank you too, Kiichi-kun. Oh, you're still mid. No worries. Reina stood up. It looked like she would keep her promise with Mion and leave. It's fine, Reina. you can wait right here. I just want to go around the yard with Kei-chan. If you're bored, you can go to my room. You can read any manga you like. And if there are any volumes you like, you might as well take them. I don't want to. Mi-chan's books belong to Mi-chan. Reina couldn't bring them back home with her so freely. You're such a good kid, only at times like this. Mion took Reina's head. Whoa. Head rubs. Two homies kissing? Two homies kissing? Yeah! Aw, so cute. Oh my gosh, I bet. Are you getting furniture? Obviously, maybe? I don't know. Well, the other question would have been, are you getting furniture or are you helping people get furniture? But you don't have to answer if you don't want to, of course. Well, I hope you don't get overwhelmed there. Mion took Reina's head and rubbed it violently like I always did. Oh, I think they do sell meatballs. Are you there for the meatballs? You have all your stuff, but it's accessories and shelves and stuff. Ah, those last second stuff. Good luck amongst the people, amongst the meat bags. I do not have any swords to help you with. Okay, let's go, Kei-chan. I began to walk after Mion, who headed for the hallway, when Reina silently stopped me. Take care of Mi-chan. Yeah. Mi-chan really does believe she won't ever be able to come back. I didn't know how much about laws, but with as many deaths as she'd been involved in, the chances of her escaping a heavy punishment seemed non-existent. Consume la meatballs. All civility goes out the window when the when the $1.15 breakfast is on up. Oh. Oh my, okay. For the price of a normal breakfast, you can get 6 IKEA ones. Holy shit. Okay. Yeah, I'd probably be amongst them fighting for that breakfast too. Okay. We gotta get you a bone sword then. Or at least a bone and just, like, shave it down to a point so you can shank some people to get there. Get your brackets. Why does Wikipedia always ask for donations if they need it? I feel bad that I've never donated. Oh, yeah. I feel bad too because I don't donate either. I want to, but I don't know. I just feel like it would just create more push for them to be like, hey, you donated, donate again, donate again, donate again. If I could do it anonymously, I would. But yeah, at least when they started putting the message up there, they basically were like, it costs us a lot of money to keep the servers up, so it just a little donation would help us, so we don't lose Wikipedia. 6 slices of bacon, 6 sausages, 6 hash browns, 6 potato scones, and a little dish of beans. Ooh, that sounds super good. You don't donate because you're a victim of consumerism. Ah, yes. It's a guilt trip. I donated like $50 one year and get multiple emails. Holy crap. Yeah. See, stuff like that. You're a victim of the broken job market. Oh, I feel you, Hope, so much. Yeah, like bigger donations like that should help. Probably not a lot, like in the whole scheme of things, but if someone gives them like a big donation like that, they should just be like, cool, thank you, and then leave you alone for, like, forever. Your girlfriend talks about the dumb toys and stuff, and I'm a victim of vast consumerism. Tisk, tisk, tisk. Oh, aren't we all slaves? It is really hard, though, to get out of it. But being broke really helps. What? What? Sunny or Sunny, Angels, Labubu, Hello Kitty. Oh, gosh. You're not broke, but I think that's her goal. It could be. Oh my gosh, the Labubu craze is wild. Especially with how expensive they are. That's no. No, no, no. How can you? No. Just no. Okay, you wanna come cuddle? Get your butt up here, girl. Come on. No, don't eat my food. Come here. You fatty. Yeah, they are cute. But not cute enough to drop, like, however much they want for, like, a normal one. Yes. Yeah, I thought, yep. $80? No. Yes, Morowishi shade. The open ones online. Yeah, they're super expensive. Like, and that's just the normal rate. I think, what was it? If you get, like, special editions, or if you somehow have, like, some rare one, that price goes up even more. Yeah, just open to, or not open, God. Just buy the ones that are already opened. Ugh. You gotta be financially frugal with those things. I literally was just told about the mod by Hope today. So yes, next games I will be looking into the mod. Because I am tired of not knowing who the hell is talking half the time. But yeah, it didn't even, like, occur to me to see if there was a mod when I started playing with them on Steam. Yeah, or even if it was, like, just different colors or something, that would help me so much. Yes, you are. You steered clear of the whole Labubu thing. It was just yeah. The second I started hearing that, oh, celebrities are collecting them too now, blah blah blah, I'm like, oh, it's over. It's all over. You didn't even know their math. We're learning together, Anthony. Going forward. We will have them, and we will be so happy. Oh, view the option for the original sprites and PS3 sprites. Both are better than the default Steam sprites. Oh, sure. Oh my gosh, I'm excited. Okay, yes, we'll definitely do the mods, starting from 3 on. Yeah, whatever makes her happy is good. I do agree there. But I will say, if she's trying to make you broke with it, maybe put a little stop on there. But it doesn't sound like she is, so yay. You prefer to play with the added voice acting and the console text box. Yeah, we'll go through all the options and see what's going on. You sent her the money for 2 little things while she was on vacation, and she melted. It's so worth it. Oh, that's so cute! You're so good. Keep the graphics the same, and you use the remake sprites. Oh, don't worry. You're still stuck with my peaky, scratchy voice. Cause what else am I gonna do? The whole point is for me to read it as horribly as possible. Poke switch. Exactly. But yeah, I'll keep reading it. I do like reading out loud. It's fun. You block me with testicular torsion. Thank you. But it looks like I was the winner here. Oh, yes. I can click my... Oh, so cute! Oh, so adorable. I love that. Aww. Keep making her melt. It's so cute. I do. Yeah, I don't blame you at all. I do the same. If I could. But some people are so hard to shop for. I'm not talking about anyone in specific at all. Watch out so that you don't make her lose her temper, okay? Mia might not surrender herself to justice, so I might have to put an end to it myself. Reina had already thought that far ahead. Right, I won't let that happen. Reina rubbed at her tears, which had fallen without me noticing. Okay, then go after her. I nodded and followed Mian, who had disappeared out the front door. She's super girly, so a pair of eyelash curlers with Hello Kitty makes her giddy, so I'm thankful she's appreciative of the small stuff. Oh, that's so cute. Yeah. Yes. the small stuff and the big stuff and all the stuff between really makes a difference. So, I'm so. Yeah. You're a cabbage juice drinker, I see. I'm just trying to imagine how that would taste. Mega you. I was kind of wondering. Cause like, cabbage is good, but I'm not sure as a juice. I could clearly hear Reina sobbing from the other side of the paper door. Oh shit, what? Why are you letting Reina sob? Why was Michan made a successor to demons? Maybe it just had to happen that way. But it's just so awful. Something hot burned down my cheeks. They were my tears, once again. I fiercely wiped them away. This was the last of my time I could offer to Mian, so I absolutely didn't want to let her see my tears during it. Mian was already waiting outside the front door. I put on my shoes, tapped my toes against the floor a few times, then left, and Mian timidly came over. Why is she turning all red at a time like this? Can I hold your arm? It was such a modest request. I don't mind. With my permission, her face lit up with glee, like a child being given a toy, and took my arm. Do you get kind of nervous with your arm through mine? You're not thinking, for example, that I'd suddenly put you in a world-class joint lock or anything? You two say the same things. I don't think that. At all. Back when nothing had gone wrong yet, during those nostalgic days of the bustling commotion at Angelmort, I counted back and was amazed. It had only been 1 week ago. I had been arm in arm with Xion then too. Linking arms with Mian like this really reminded me that they were twins. How much strength... Ba-da-da-da-da. Gosh, me, okay, there we go. How much strength they put into it, the sensation of their arms, their warmth and the blood flowing. I could feel that their living sensations were all exactly the same. I think Xion liked you, Kei-chan. I see. If this were a regular conversation, I might have jumped back, red in the face. Right now, though, no matter what I heard, my mind remained at peace. Mian and Xion, you got along well, didn't you? Well, I wonder. Kei-chan, do you think your right hand and left hand get along? Huh? My right hand and left hand? I don't think you could describe them as getting along or not. And that's how our relationship is. You can't measure it by the scale of how well you get along. That didn't sound like it meant they got along really well. Boo-boo-da-boo. For example, one of your hands is dominant, so there will always be a better hand. If you only had one oven mitt, you would put it on your dominant hand without thinking, right? I think maybe it was like that for us. That doesn't mean, though, that anyone would be okay with losing their left hand. It's that kind of unexplainable relationship. I think that maybe you live too close together and just stopped being able to see it, but I think that means you get along really well. I'm an only child, so the day before the festival, I was really jealous of when you and Shion were messing around with each other. I think you're jealous of something that doesn't exist. Yes, we twins used to have a lot of fun playing tricks on people. But now that we have such distinctly different personalities, it just gets in the way. Were they cursed? Or were they self-conscious? Their relationship was hard to understand for an outsider. Maybe that wasn't an issue someone like me should intrude on. Just staying silent and nodding gently was the best way to advance the conversation. Mian passed through the wide yard and invited me into the big, desolate forest we'd seen on the way in. Such a big forest was part of their property, so I couldn't help but feel small. It's huge. You must have had a great time playing in it as kids, huh? Mian seemed to be silently reminiscing. I couldn't look into her mind, but she was probably thinking back to those fun days, when they played as sisters without any antagonism. Every time the wind blew, it caressed the treetops and the leaves, making a swishing, murmuring sound. Mian remained silent for a long time. Thinking back on her younger sister, whom she had gotten rid of with her own hands. There was no need for me to get a word in. Just walking like this, arm in arm, was enough. Mian suddenly stopped and turned. Shion is still alive. Really? Mian took a hard look into my eyes, then nodded quietly. Yeah, I've been thinking to give her the most horrible death of all, so I had her locked up. I never did think of a good way to do it, though. Mian sounded as though she hated Shion, but also, deep down, she didn't completely detest her. So I took my other hand and rustled Mian's hair with it. Mian didn't only save me, she saved Shion too. Mian may have become a demon and led many people to their deaths, but she fought against it and was able to save 2 people. As I petted Mian, she narrowed her eyes in an entranced smile and untangled her arm from mine. Then Mian quietly said, "Come with me. I want you to see all of my sins. Although, Kei-chan, it might be the worst thing you've ever seen." I could sense it. There I would probably find all the sacrifices up until now. Looking at them would mean accepting Rika-chan and Satoko's deaths, as well as accepting that my best friend had done it. It's already happened, and it's in the past. Fuck. You can choose not to look, Kei-chan. If you don't want to, then wait here. I will personally end everything. I was taken aback by how ominous that sounded. I remembered what Reina had told me. Mian might not surrender herself to justice, but instead choose to put an end to things herself. I couldn't leave her on her own. Besides, I agreed to her last request, didn't I? Even if it was hard for me to accept, I'll still do it. Even if I avoided looking, it was something that had already happened. It doesn't matter what I see. Yes? Mion Sonozaki is the best friend I could ever have. That won't change. It never will. The treetops softly swayed in the wind. You and Reina both. Why do you only get really cool at times like this? Oh, that was... Normally I'd say something rude right back at her, evading the question, but today I didn't. I just answered with a smile. At last, Mian started walking. I'm on tracks. Into the thick forest, into the deepest part. After following a thin path that looked like an animal trail for a while, we finally came across a steep incline with a tunnel that reminded me of a coal mine or bomb shelter. We were surrounded by shallow hills. It had been created in a spot not visible from the outside. Oh, raffle time, better get on the raffle time. There were many silhouettes of crows in the trees here and there. The abnormal odor I'd been smelling for a while was doubtlessly escaping from inside this place. If you want to turn back, now's your chance. I don't know what kind of person Mian Sonozaki is to you, but if you go inside, that Mian will probably... She won't change. I'll say it as many times as I need to. Oh, leaderboard. There you go. No. Mian Sonozaki is the best friend I could ever have. I clenched my fists. Inside there was probably a sight beyond anything I could imagine. If I let my guard down, I might end up vomiting. Even so, I'll endure it. I'll overcome this pain and this suffering. It will never change. That Mian is my greatest friend. I am nothing more than a demon, so I don't understand human feelings anymore. I have a feeling, though, that I know why Mian fell in love with you. Don't say that like it's not related to you. You're Mian. You're not a demon. You're a human with human blood and you're my friend. Oh, friend zoned! For show. See? I told you it's not rigged! Look at how much bones Anthony won. You just gotta stock up. Slow and slow, and eventually you get it. And then, like, you get a big payout. Mian made a gesture like she was wiping tears from her eyes, then placed a hand on the big door of the tunnel entrance. Yes. The lock on it was dauntily strong looking. Because you won? That's fair. It seemed to demand the appropriate resolution from whoever would enter, just like the ritual storehouse. When the double doors opened, a stifling, rotten air and a bunch of winged insects came rushing out. I remember accidentally killing a hermit crab a long time ago by leaving its tank out on the porch, and how intense the odor it left was. You killed a hermie? Bad. Oh my god. I used to have hermit crabs as well. There was one who was big and honkin', and we named him Bruce because he had a Batman shell. And then there was a smaller one named Robin because, you know, Batman and Robin. I think there was like, I want to say we had a total of like 3 or 4 at one point. No, I did not leave my Hermes on the porch. I took care of them. Those little fucks. I played with them and I fed them and I changed their water. They need salt and fresh water at the same time, mind you. And they need a whole array of different sized shells. Because they do switch their shells. And the first day we brought the hermit crabs home, one of them switched out their shell like right away. So I got to see the butt, the hermit crab's butt. And I don't know why, but I wasn't expecting it to look as it did. But even though it's like, well, it has to look something like that because it goes into a shell. But yeah, that was cool. But we had them for a while. Some of the younger ones didn't really survive because they were either already sick when we got them, and or I think Bruce ate them because they are carnivore. They're carnivores. So yeah, I had them for a while. Bruce and Robin ended up surviving for longer than the other 2 or 3 that we had. I do think that at some point Robin got ate by Bruce. Because there you go, yep. I'm pretty sure it did because at some point I just couldn't find them at all. And then Bruce, he, you know how they like to bury down into the sand and stuff? He buried down into the sand, and I just never saw him again. And like I looked around and I tried to, like, you know, go through the sand a little bit, but I didn't want to disturb them because I think at some point they do hibernate or sleeping or something, and doing that is pretty bad. Oh, they go down into the sand to molt, and you don't want to disturb them because they're pretty like fragile and all that. So I didn't want to disturb them, so I didn't look too hard. And molting can take a while, so I assumed that's what was happening. But after a certain length of time, when it should have been more than enough time for him to molt and get all better and come back, he was just nowhere. So then I went looking, and I just found him, and I guess the molt was too much for him. Cause yeah, he left this beautiful sand pit and went to the one in the sky. But yeah, so then I got rid of everything, and like a couple months later, my sister gave me a hermit crab because you still have hermit crabs, right? No, I do not. So what ended up happening there was the hermit crabs are like, what, 10, 15 bucks if that. And then she bought the hermit crab alone. Didn't tell me she was getting me a living creature. As a present. So I had to go back out and get all the supplies again for a hermit crab for it to just keel over, I think maybe a month later, because it was so small. It, I think, was sick also. Because a lot of them are when you get them at those kiosks. Um, we, I think I just got lucky with Bruce and Robin. I think because they were a little bit older. Yeah, they did a great and fighting laugh. Yeah. Oh, they definitely fought. They were cute. Oh, yeah, so she was trying to surprise me with it, and when she was trying to, like, drop it off for me, I wasn't at home. I was, like, out doing stuff, and I wouldn't be home for a while, and our schedules didn't quite, match up. So she did keep it in, like, a cup. I I don't think it was, I don't want to say it was a few days. I think at most it was, like, maybe 1.5 or something, but still, that's a long time to be in a cup without any water, any food. Um, so yeah, I'm pretty sure that's also what like caused a lot of issues when we finally did get it. If she just told me from the beginning that's what it was, I would have just figured out a way to go get it like sooner, because no, that's mean. I don't want them to sit in a cup doing nothing. um I think it was sweet of her to think of me and get a present like that. Um However, I would just say do not give a living creature as a present without discussing it first. Cuz yeah, not only did I feel bad for this little hermit crab, I ended up spending like over $100 just to get something, like get the supplies it needed to, like to have a good, healthy Hermy life. And don't get Hermes for your children. They are not easy. They're easy if you just want them to like fizzle out really quick. Kind of how we got our birds too. I think I might have mentioned that. The two budgies. They were originally for my nephew, who was too young to take care of them anyway. Yeah, and they weren't taken care of properly. Um oh, okay, yeah. So two budgies. I think it was my mom who got the budgies for our nephew, or the nephew, the grandchild for her in this case, when he was 1, because she thought it would be cool to have him grow up with these birds, which is cute if you take care of them. But she kept them in like this really small cage because they were small and she didn't think they needed that much room. Um, Basically, they didn't do that much research on the birds and what they needed and the environment and all that. And they're tough little fuckers too. They're tropical birds, and so you generally want them to be in a more warm environment and stuff. So you don't want them like directly near a window or a sliding glass door in the middle of winter. um, so somehow they toughed it out through that. But yeah, she got annoyed because they made too much noise. And they were making that much noise because they were cramped and fighting. and they tweet and do their tweety stuff, which isn't so annoying or often. At least when I got them, it didn't annoy me too much. The cockatiel, on the other hand. So yeah, at some point I kind of brought it up. I'm like, it seems like they're in this really small cage and all this other stuff. And my mom was kind of complaining about them and just like, oh, they're so annoying, and blah, blah, blah. And I was like, well, I mean, I'll take them since you clearly don't want them. So, so we took the birds, the little budgies, and like right away, we got them a bigger cage, and food and toys and just everything a little budgie would want and need. And then, yeah, we put them into their new cage. They seemed happy. One did have a messed up toe.
Dan Kuzenaga has offered left Stapy's bone to Hallow.
Oh, thank you for the bone. Are you trying to fuck me up right now? What are you doing? You're just trying to catch Pokemon, but you give bones. Got it. Okay. One of them had like a messed up toe because of how cramped and how often they were standing on their perch, because it was just a straight wooden perch, and since they couldn't really move around, one toe was just kind of stuck. Someone copy paste too. Yeah, you a copy paster then. You cheat. But yeah, she had a messed up toe from that, and it wasn't anything that we could fix, but it also wasn't something that hindered her either, luckily. Oh, you got the Romby, good job. Yeah, and then, so we got the budgies. Wasn't it like, it was pretty soon after that we ended up getting a cockatiel also. But that was because we specifically went out and got the cockatiel, not that we somehow acquired one. I know, he didn't even get it. Loser. And yeah, then the budgies lived for one lived for a good 10 years before she passed. The other one's still kicking, and we're on year 11 or 12. We're coming up on 12, I think. So, yeah, he's still kicking. He's still doing what he do. It's great. But yeah, once the last budgie is gone, not gonna get another bird. When the cockatiel dies, probably when I'm like super old, because they live forever. I don't think I want to get any other budgies or birds, because I've had my fill. Duh, thank you. Yeah, I know. I can't like not let animals suffer if I can help it. I do not want a cockatoo at all, or an African gray, or any other bird that big is like a toddler. Nope, cannot do. Yeah, it makes me sad. Otherwise, they're essential toddlers. They're forever toddlers. No, thank you. I think that cockatiel will outlive us based on everything else that's going on. But you know what? If that's what happens, that's fine. As long as whoever gets her takes care of her. Oh man, it's 3:30 already. We're gonna finish this. We're in the home stretch. Unless somehow this next part goes on just as long as the conversation that they had earlier. But Zan, if you have to go to sleep, that's fine. Yeah, let's go. Do. Oh yeah. If that was a smell of a corpse, then that's certainly what this smelled like. Okay, yes. But if it finishes and you want to be done, go to sleep. Inside, it was pitch black, but Mion flicked a switch that turned on a light bulb, illuminating the interior. The path turned into a series of intricate wooden tunnels. We passed spaces that looked like they were for storage. We passed places that looked like someone had lived there. And all this indicated that it had been used as a bomb shelter and stockpile during the war. It didn't give an impression of a dugout bomb shelter that had just been left there, though. There was a sense of dignity, as though this was a second Sonozaki house constructed underground. Despite being in pitch darkness, below the ground, the voices of the cicadas were entering through an air hole somewhere, giving it a very mysterious feel. You saw what was in the ritual storehouse, right? The piles of torture instruments? All of them were created to uphold the strict religious laws of Onigafuchi village. They were tools used to kill those who broke the laws in terrible ways as a warning to others. That was a long time ago. Watanagashi, originally a ritual meant as a deterrent, was once overseen by the three families. But thanks to the Kimiyoshi and Furude families going into decline and the way the times changed, actually carrying it out became difficult. I can't imagine why. You'd never think people could be okay with drowning people in a swamp and killing them in modern Japan. That's why the Sonozaki family built this. A secret place, so that we could continue so that we could continue to conduct the rite of Watanagashi even in modern times. Oh, hell no. Fair enough. Oh, I think Zan already passed out. That's fine. Mian opened a large, strikingly different door, and inside was none other than a modern storehouse for ritual implements. There's quite a few, isn't there? Some of them were actually brought here from the original storehouse. Good night, Zan. All of the things there had been rusty and covered in dust, so they didn't seem that real. But the things in here were different. Every one of them had been well maintained and kept in a state that they could be used right away. Blades gleamed and spikes were sharpened. Also, perhaps as a precaution for the splatter of blood, the walls and ceiling were covered in the kind of tiling you would see in bathrooms, and there was even a drain set amidst a slight slope in the floor. There was also a coiled rubber hose along the wall attached to a faucet, perhaps for cleaning up the splattered blood. According to something a leader from a long time ago wrote, blood splatter has impact despite the fact that it doesn't tax the sacrifice. Watanagashi was meant as a deterrent after all. My ancestors thought up all different kinds of things to show off. As she said that, Mion pointed deeper into the torture room to a spot veiled in darkness. There was surprisingly a room floored with tatami mats, and in the corner was a pile of cushions. They're seats for the audience. Watanagashi was meant as a deterrent, after all. I think Watanagashi was meant as a deterrent, after all. It wouldn't make sense if there were no guests. You were... Oh, okay, uh-huh. And did you win that Poke battle? I couldn't speak. And I couldn't think of anything to say anyway. Except that if Mion revealed all this to me, made her heart feel any lighter, then I was prepared to listen for as long as I needed to. Yeah. Is that what kids call sleep nowadays? Okay. Well, are you gonna go to sleep then, Zan? Right here is where I killed everyone. There were no spectators to watch me, but I did the Watanagashi very well. Why? Don't you work? Well, perhaps there was one spectator. Ah, a spectator? Me. I, the demon, was watching the entire time Mion held the Watanagashi ceremony. Mion cackled in self-deprecation. It wasn't a nice sounding laugh. Higurashi. Back there's the prison. Is she on there? She nodded lightly. Lightly. Mion's Watanagashi had ended today. I needed to tell Shion that I was safe without a moment's delay. After all, she was probably trembling in fear at this very moment, worrying about when she would be killed. The ostentatious door. Wow, we're using some big old fancy words now, aren't we? On the other side opened, revealing what must have been an incredibly expansive space based on the echo it made. Mion groped around in the darkness, and a handful of naked light bulbs came on here and there. Boom, 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 boom. I know, fancy schmancy dictionary though. As my eyes adjusted, more and more of the great cave showed itself in the faint light. The walls were bare rock surface, and it felt so savage that bomb shelter was the most apt term for it. There were small, barred rooms built here and there, like holes made by insects biting their way through a giant piece of fruit. It was immediately clear that each one of them was a prison. Where is everyone? Rika-chan and Satoko? Their corpses. I grimaced. Grimaced? Yeah, I grimaced. Grimaced? Grimaced? Okay. Empty your tank. I'm just gonna laugh over grimace for like a minute. I need a mozzarella stick. A grimace shake? I never tried one. Go pee, Anthony! I am laughing! Oh, we're 7.5 hours in. Maybe we'll hit 8 hours and hopefully be done by then. Okay. I grimaced at her, having said it so outright. Oh, wait. I need to know more. And then we'll be done and go to sleep. Yeah.
How about no?
How about yes? I know, we finally made it. I just hope it's not as long as the previous conversation. Yeah, that's right. The poor things being left here in the dark like this. I didn't want them to get infested with bugs. I didn't want them to get infested with bugs, so I threw them down the well. I'm sorry. Though I can't even see their faces in death. Once again, my feelings of regret at having confessed everything to Rika-chan came surging forth. If Mion hadn't attached the word sorry to the end of what she said, I might have punched her. I think you should still punch her. Calm down, Kichi Maibara. You said it yourself. No matter what, Mion Sonozaki is your greatest friend. You can still punch your friends. Yeah, my greatest friend. I needed to hear myself say it out loud. Then came the clattering of bars in one of the cells deeper in. Then I noticed it. I looked up as well. Shion? Is that Shion? Kei-chan? Is that you, Kei-chan? I ran over to the cell. White hands were peeking out through the gaps in the barge. It really was her. Are you alright, Shion? Are you hurt? No. Oh, hold on. No. Did that peek? You think it's Shion? Maybe. Shion's face twisted out of shape and she screamed. It was because Mion had appeared right behind me. Of course, Shion didn't know that everything was over yet. Fuck yeah, really? Damn it. Oh well. Calm down, Shion. Everything is already over. Everything. I spoke in as calm a voice as I could manage to try and soothe the agitated Shion. However, it didn't seem like it was getting through her screams. Shion, how have you been? No more! Please! No more! I don't want to see anyone else die. If you hate me, then just kill me already. I'm the one you hate, right? Kill me. Kill me right now. Thanks. B. Pabone. Calm down, Shion. It's all over now. It's going to be alright. So calm down.
Squatting time, weak bitch. Roll that D12.
You do me so bad, Anthony. Okay.
Zankusenaga has offered left distal phalange 4 bone to Hallow.
Give me your bones. Ooh, okay. Then you count once. So 2. Submarine room.
Good job.
Thank you. Ah, you're so nice to me. I guess. All right, we'll do the 2 rolls for you and Zan. Oh man, I got 4. It'll be mine. Reroll. I don't think I'll reroll. You tried to give me an accent. Oh my gosh, can you imagine during like the most dramatic scene? It's just like that would kill my voice. Okay. Dion, who was screaming and rattling the iron bars back and forth, was truly in a frantic state. He gave a slight shrug of resignation, giving way to Mion. I had realized that if Mion was the one who locked her in here, and if Mion was the one who had scared Shion this much, then Shion was also the only one who could put an end to this. Mion spoke from over my shoulder. I did more than 4 anyway. Oh my god, HH bros! Yeah, from Steamer bro! Okay. I apparently also have to water or release my water tank. So I'll be right back. And then we'll finish this game. I fucking promise. Yeah, Mion and Shion. You ever think their parents just gave up on their names? Yeah, clearly. Okay, I'm gonna go piss. Okay, I also went and grabbed some water. I finished my tea from earlier. Then are you being sheepy? Thank you. Okay, let's lock in. Maybe we'll see. Quietly. Yes, quietly. Yes, indeed. Relax. I won't kill you. No, I won't kill you just yet. Hi, Blade! We're so close to finishing this fucking chapter. So close. And I want to finish it so bad. You
No cursing for Hallow.
Rude. I want to finish it. So close. So close. We've mostly been on track. But, like, there was this long conversation going on between, like, Mion and Kishi and Reina. And it just went on and on and on and on. No, we're going to finish it. We're at the ending stuff. we're so close. We're so close. You just gotta have to work. But I'm glad. Okay. Locking mainly back in. Maybe, we'll see. I did say... I think we're probably going to hit, like, at least 8.5 hours. Might as well do a 10-hour stream. Oh. We'll see where we're at the end. Because if all I need is, like, another hour and a half after that, maybe. I know, it came on. I have to be careful. Because I just kind of want to not have punishments. Okay. Locking back in. We got this. I'm pretty sure we got this. Okay. She burst out into a bizarre laugh. As if trying to make Shion's madness even worse. Okay, thank you. Shion broke out into a fierce shiver, brought on by that laugh, and rattled the iron bars as she wailed. With this, does he? Someone, they kill me right now. I don't want anyone else to die. You want to die that badly? Then after I've killed this man, I'll take my time making mincemeat out of you. In accordance with the ancient rites, I'll do it slowly, starting with your extremities.
Great job, bitch.
I made it. What you gonna do now, bitch? I'll shave you down and mince you. I had that mincing machine set up specifically for you, after all. Or would it be funnier if I were to mince up K-Chan in front of you?
Emotional damage.
Emotional damage. Quit it already. What did you have to gain by scaring her at this point? I tried to rebuke Mion for flinging terrible words at her this late in the game, but when I turned around... We done? Are we done yelling? I might have peeked. Did I peek during any of that? I tried not to. Mion's mouth, so much so that it was hard to believe, had twisted into a shape even thinner than a crescent moon. It was a smile. Well, oh well. I could sense it like a jolt of electricity. The person here wasn't my best friend Mion. It wasn't the Mion Sonozaki who had tossed about her heavy duty of succeeding the Sonozaki family either. My brain stopped, sorry. Then, who was she? Yeah. Ba-bam! I saw sparks flying before my eyes, like what happens when you get hit in the back of the head. Kinda like I got hit back in the head. The strength in my body drained instantly, and my head suddenly became heavy. My knees buckled under the temptation and hit the floor. Then, my whole body abruptly collapsed. My face could have hit the floor, but it was comfortable, as if I had fallen onto a down-filled futon. My consciousness reeled and then receded. It was the kind of sensation, like if you took a nap in the car, but you were still half awake and could listen to your parents talking as if they were far away. No, you wouldn't be listening. You would only be hearing it. It was happening so far away, and the conversation was completely unrelated to you, so you would have no interest in it. So whether Shion was yelling in my ears or Mion was in vulgar hysterics, I didn't think it annoyed. Wow. I didn't think it annoying, nor did it interest me. And now then, I wonder how I should go about preparing you. Oh yes, what do you think of a bed of nails? I tested it on one of those two little brats, but their hands were too small for the restraining table. Let's do that! Let's do that! Mion held me up from behind and dragged me across the floor. The soles of my feet scraped on it, and one of my shoes fell off. Is that better? Is that working? I don't know. Shion's emotions exploded outward, and she burst into bitter weeping. As if her crying had whetted Mion's interest, she had flung me down and returned to the prison cell again. I went... I don't know if that worked. Or if it went through. Oh. No. My, you sure can cry with a cute voice, can't you? Your natural bravado was making my skin crawl, but this definitely suits you the best. Mion, my big sister, I beg you. I don't care how you choose to kill me, but please, at least let K-chan go. I'm begging you. Shion had always acted as though she were a cut above her older sister. No, it's fine. You can tell. I'm sure it didn't work. It's fine. I'm used to failure at this point. That Shion, in such a miserable voice, that I couldn't have imagined it during those peaceful times. prostrated herself before the older sister she used to scoff at and pleaded forgiveness. Mian looked down with an expression of cool indifference, one that was plainly smiling with joy. You know, I wasn't planning on listening to your petty wishes. The way you're crying, though, is just too funny. I think maybe I'll change my mind and listen to you. Since, come to think of it, I never did anything big sister-like for you. Yes. Thank you so much. Alright, Lynn. Let's hear you apologize for everything. Then, maybe I'll let it all be water under the bridge. And maybe, just maybe, I'll let K-chan go. Mian said she might let me go, but she never said anything about letting Shion go. Before long, Shion got on her hands and knees behind the bars and began to speak weak words of apology. You're upset. Guess these never have happy endings, so no happy. Aww, I'm sorry. Yeah, I don't think I've ever heard of a happy ending. They were too faint for me to hear, but their intention got across. Despite having watched her with a magnificently jubilant expression, Mian kicked the bars and declared she was unsatisfied. You think you can make up for years of grudges and hard feelings like that? Well, that just will not do. I guess I'll make mincemeat out of you both. Whoop. But I have a message. Massage. Wow, I can't read. Massage parlor. Poor man. With a pretty fatty. Wait, sis. One more chance. Just one more chance. Mian stopped and waved her hand again in resignation. Not because she had grown impatient, but only because she was taking delight in abusing Shion. You can't apologize to my satisfaction anyway. I'll teach you how to make an apology that will get through to your older sister. I'm only going to tell you once, and if you get even a letter wrong, you're out. Got it? Yes. Thank you, sis. Oh! Shion's miserable voice cried out, having become utterly hoarse. The sensation tearing through my chest returned a little at a time. I realized it was feelings of anger bubbling up. I was slowly regaining control of my body. However, I was only able to feel my skin and my blood flowing at the moment. Where's the blood flowing? I still couldn't voluntarily move my fingers. Did you memorize it? Then let's hear you say it. Sincerely and faithfully, from beginning to end with all your heart. If you can't do it properly, then I'll only kill you. Yes, thank you so much. Something was strange. Something had become strange at some point. Until just a few moments ago, I was sure this had been Mian, but at some point she had become someone else. The Mian I knew well would never do something so nasty like enjoying trampling all over someone's dignity like this. Now, let's hear it. Your big sister is listening closely. Shion Sonozaki is... When I ran over to Shion's cell earlier, had the real thing been swapped out with a fake right behind me? Anyway, this couldn't possibly be Mian. Shion Sonozaki is a lowly, worthless sow not fit to even lick her big sister Mian's feet. And when I think of the countless times I've been rude to my big sister, without knowing my place. Yes, yes, that's the spirit. I'll permit you to say a little more now, okay? Blood circulated through my whole body. My numbed senses were returning. Just a little more. While Shion is still holding Neon's. No, that thing pretending to be Neon's attention. Hurry up. I reflect on how impertinent I've been, and swear loyalty to my big sister Bion for the rest of my life. So, Bion's burst of laughter echoed throughout the big cave, growing to a terrifying level. That was not the laugh of someone who was alive in this world. It was none other than the laugh of a demon from the bowels of the earth. She laughed from her stomach until she grew tired of it and stopped smiling suddenly as if snipping a wire. Ah, shit! I held it back just enough. Yeah. Alright already. That was funny enough for me. Think you'd throw away that much of your pride? Mm-hmm. That was plenty enjoyable. Mian began to drag me again, after I finally got the feeling in my body back and pulled me towards the torture chamber. Sis! Only kill me! Please forgive him! Don't worry, alright? I'll be sure to kill you real good. After letting you get an earful of K-chan's screams, that is. Okay. Did that work? Nope. Oh well. After dragging me to the torture chamber, she skillfully strapped me into the restraining chair. It's like I cover my mouth with my hands, and for some reason the mic is just like, nah. That too good. That's nuts. Before I knew it, I was sprawled out and bound. She forced open my hands, with which I couldn't even make a satisfying fist, and tightly restrained each one of my fingers. She fastened only my hands, my fingers at that, tightly with hinges, and locked them into place. The door to the big cave with the jails had been left open, so I could hear Shion's cries of mortification the entire time. Can you hear it, Shion? I'm going to get started now. Please enjoy K-chan's young screams. I can read. Give it a fucking rest. The feeling in my body returned, and the first action I took was to tell off that thing that looked like Mion. Awake at last, are we? I lied before, you know. About having wanted to give Shion the most miserable death of all. Yes, exactly like that. But locking her up because I hadn't thought of a good way. And that was a lie. Mion brought over something like a toolbox. From inside it, she removed a large metal hammer, and next to that, she began to line up what looked like long, strangely shaped nails, whose ends had been turned into hooks, like the kind you'd see on a harpoon. Okay, catch. Go to sleep. I'll let her hear the screams of all those people that died because of her. And after that... Where am I? Oh, yeah. And after they've soaked into her very soul, then I'll kill her. I've got pretty good taste, huh? Who are you? Huh? I'm Mion! Mion Sonozaki. Has the fear driven you crazy? No, you're not. There's no way you can be Mion Sonozaki. Mion snorted and continued her preparations for the horrifying torture. I see. Then if I'm not Mion, who am I? A demon. Huh? You're not Mion. Mion was just here. Give her back. K-chan, is your brain really doing okay? You're not going crazy with fear? Don't touch me, you damn demon! Give her back! Give Mion back! My best friend, give Mion back! Mion stood there for a few moments with her jaw hanging open, not having expected me to say that. I myself knew that I was about to go insane. I knew it was nonsense to demand Mion's return when she was right in front of me. But this person in front of me couldn't possibly have been Mion. There was no way I could accept that. So this is what I thought. Mion really had been possessed by a demon and was controlling Mion as if it were a separate personality. Mion was just a victim being manipulated by it. The evil one was really this thing. It all had to be the doing of this demon possessing her. When Mion heard that, she started to guffaw, gaffoof. Word hard. Yeah, Captain Sherlock. Laughing so hysterically that she started to cough and almost literally just... Okay, that wasn't planned. Oh. You really are a piece of work, you know that? In this very moment, Mion Sonozaki is trying to kill you, and you're trying to reject me. I never knew there was such a funny person in all the world. If you want to laugh, do it all you want. No matter what you say, though, I won't accept that you're Mion. Give her back. Away with you, demon! Away with you, demon! Man, are you trying to kill me by drowning me in my own tears? No matter what. There's a quote ending. Shit. Okay. No matter what, I wouldn't lose to that laughter of hers. I shouted loudly. I shouted from the bottom of my heart, so that the real Mion, trapped inside the Mion I saw in front of me, would be able to hear. Oh. You can do it, Mion! Don't lose to this piece of shit demon! We need like a whole bunch of those, Blake. You're strong. Show me how strong you are. I love the boy so well. The tears welled up and flowed down her face. Her hands were busy with the restraints, so she couldn't even wipe them. She just let them flow. Please, Mion. Mion! Where did you lose to a demon like this? You're not that weak, are you? Don't lose. Fight! 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 Mion desperately endured her laughter, pressed one of the long nails to the tip of my left pinky. In her left hand was the hammer. At her side were dozens more nails. I could tell what she was about to do, though I wish I couldn't. Even so, I couldn't afford to be scared. That was why I shouted. My sides hurt like they're about to split. Is that all? I'm going to get started now. Be sure to give her some good screams. Not only am I torturing you, Kei-chan, but I'm torturing Shion as well. Why? Why would you... Mion! Then I wept. Only sobs came out. They weren't in acceptance of the torture about to be performed, however. They were tears of regret that Mion had lost to the demon. Yet, a small change did occur in the Mion in front of me. Her heightened excitement was draining, little by little. By the way, by the time I'd realized it, the one in front of me had returned to being Mion. Kei-chan, this may not be something pleasant to take to the grave with you. You really seem to want to know, though, so I'll tell you just one thing. I didn't know if this was Mion or just a display of momentary humanity the demon had recovered. A long time before the demon came to live inside me, it was gnawing at my heart, trying to spur me to violence, but I suppressed it with my reason. That settled the demon down, and I got to thinking it had gone away somewhere. As it turned out, I was wrong. It hadn't left me. I had just gone... It just had gone to sleep. I noticed that there were... Fucking talking as Kiichi, tears forming in her eyes. The demon woke up again due to a certain small opportunity. What do you think that opportunity was? There was a sad and yet reproachful light in Mion's eyes. Do you understand? I don't. I don't know. What gave the demon the chance to beat Mion? This might be strange for me, a demon, to say, but you're the reason that everything got so messed up. The tears welling up in her eyes spilled downward all of a sudden. At the time, if you had given me that doll you got without hesitating, maybe everything wouldn't have gotten so twisted. The doll I got, that doll that I got when we had our club meeting at the toy store that Sunday, you probably can't understand. I wouldn't expect you to. But you see, all sorts of things started falling over like dominoes after that. And soon it was too much for me to control. It only makes sense that you wouldn't be aware of knocking over the first one, since it was so small. But you're the one who set it up. You finished? Good job! How was it? Was it sad? Like you said. Get it twisted. That can't... Me? If you hadn't made Mion cry, then I wouldn't have had to wake up. Is that enough? For you to die in peace? A mistake that I made on that day was what messed everything up? That can't be, can it? It only makes sense that you wouldn't be aware of it. Oh, it's so sad. Oh, I'm sorry. I think it gets worse. Maybe. Well, I guess we'll see. Even so, Kei-chan, you're without doubt the cause. if you had nonchalantly given me the doll that day, then I don't think this would have happened. I wanted to say like I just remembered something as I recalled that day. Reina had told me about that, and I thought I had apologized. I didn't apologize to Mion, though. It had been Shion. In other words, oh god, I hadn't said a single word of apology to Mion. Today, I came to this house saying I had something to apologize for, but I never said a word of apology about this. Come to think of it, when I apologized for going into the ritual storehouse, Mion looked a little bit lonely, like she was disappointed. Why didn't I realize that until just now? Because you're fucking stupid, guy. Man. Reina told me at the time, and now she herself... No, the demon was telling me. Is the only way for a dense idiot like me to be cured? To die altogether? Yes. Ugh. I could no longer hold back the hot tears from pouring out of me. I simply just cried and reflected indifferently on this taste of my tears, on the taste of regret. Can I start now then? This method of torture is very simple. I'll nail one of these into the joint on the end of your left pinky finger. Then I'll nail each one in order until I get to your thumb. And then I'll go back to your pinky and nail one into the joint in the middle. So on and so on, until I hammer 15 nails into your left hand. When that's over with, I'll do your right hand next. After that, if you're still conscious, I'll tell you. There are a lot of nerves bundled in your fingertips, so it hurts far more than you could imagine. Some people apparently pass out before you finish hammering 30 nails into their hands, so... Mion pressed the tip of a nail to my left pinky finger. My wrists, my arms, and all the joints on my fingers were strapped in so tightly it hurt, and I couldn't even twitch. I didn't hesitate at all when I was Oh! Wrong foot. I didn't hesitate at all when I was torturing the others. Why do I hesitate now? If this will satisfy your demon, Mion, if it will sate the demon, then do to me what you will. Are you serious? Compared to how much I hurt Mion, this is nothing, right? Do as much as you want. In exchange, promise me 2 things. Mion was silent. She did, however, wait for me to speak. After you're satisfied with causing me pain, forgive Shion. She's been punished enough to make up for her crime of sneaking into the storehouse, hasn't she? You, after all this, you can still worry about Shion more than yourself. The other thing is that when you've had your fill, you disappear. Give that body back to Mion. That's all. You know, Are you not even considering possibly begging for your life or anything? Can I ask you to promise 3 things instead of 2? The third is to leave me alive. You said 2 in the beginning, didn't you? So you can't have any more. That's a shame. In such an abnormal situation, Mion and I laughed quietly together, as if sharing in a stupid joke. I probably won't keep these promises, understand? I'm a demon after all. I guess there's nothing I can do then. I recalled I tightening my hands into fists when enduring the pain at the dentist's office. Right now, though, they were opened all the way to my fingertips, so I couldn't even grip them. So instead, I tightened my toes. Tighten your toes. Okay, do it. I've prepared myself already. So do it. You waiting like this to hammer the nail is scarier. It's going to diminish my readiness after all. Mian put down the hammer and gently stroked my cheek. Kei-chan, I'll agree to just the third thing, okay? Huh? My third wish? To save me? She'll agree to it? Your first wish? To save Xion. That's long done for. The demon will kill her. It's already been decided, so I can't stop it. So give up on that. Her delicate fingers slid from my cheek to my chin. As for your second wish, to give this body back to Mion, that won't happen either. After today, Mion will never come back. From today on, even if my body is here, it will just be a body. Because the Oni has taken it over. That isn't true. Mion is Mion. Don't say such sad things, like that she won't ever come back. Can you hear it? The sound? Mion gently closed her eyes and listened. I definitely heard it as well. Lamp. Lamp. It was a dull noise that repeated at fixed intervals. A low noise accompanied by vibrations. A lot of people were ramming the iron doors to this underground ritual storehouse. You're late, so Reina probably called Oishi. That spaced out girl being so quick thinking was the one thing I didn't anticipate. I'll agree with you there. Mion grinned like she'd been outwitted, then took something that looked like an electric razor out of her pocket. When she pressed the switch, pale blue sparks flew out with a snapping noise. You've probably never seen one before, right? It's a real stun gun. It's illegal, and its output has been increased quite a bit. Was that what you hit me with before? That's not a toy children should be playing with, you know. You're right. She seemed to want to use the stun gun on me. Unable to move, I felt her press the cold lump of metal to my neck. Slam! I heard a roar as though they'd broken down the first large door. The halls were a bit complex, but aside from the door to this very torture chamber, there was nothing in their way. I won't kill you, but I will have you go to sleep for a bit, Kei-chan. Oishi will be here soon. This will only hurt a bit. Feeling the same shock as before, gritting my teeth wasn't going to help much, but I clenched them tightly anyway. However, just as she did when she was about to hammer the nails in, she hesitated a little. I cracked open my tightly closed eyelids. I'm sorry for disgracing Mion. I made a promise before coming in here. Whatever happens, the Mion inside my heart won't change. Look, forget about that. If you ever see me after today, don't come near me. By then, it will be the demon that inherited my corpse. What are you talking about? Just as I tried to say that, a much stronger light than before shined, and like a television being switched off, my consciousness went black. That's right, you sillies! Dude, 1983, A string of disappearances occurred in Hinamizawa village. Fuck you so fast. Okay. The suspect is Mion Sonozaki. She is suspected to have kidnapped 5 Hinamizawa residents between June 19th and June 21st. Imprisoned them and killed them. Preliminary investigations on the incidents were delayed at the time due to insufficient evidence. But it was resolved coincidentally and shockingly. On the morning of the 23rd, a vehicle patrolling the Sonozaki property heard screams from inside and rushed in as an emergency measure. They secured the suspect's missing younger sister and her 2 missing classmates. The suspect fled the scene. Deep in the detached basement on the Sonozaki property, which is believed to have been used to kill those who disappeared, we discovered hair, flakes of skin, blood, etc. of other 4 missing persons. We concluded that the missing persons were tortured in the torture chamber. However, something at one of her imprisoned classmates' advice, we continued searching the detached basement of the property, which was where they were imprisoned, believing that, in addition, investigations are continuing as to her participation in the serial freak death incidents of recent years, thinking it would give some clue, but no evidence that Shion Mion was involved, either directly or indirectly, has been followed. Found? What? There are still many unclear points as to the motive behind the incident, and as of those of the Sonozaki, the opinion of the local officer knowledgeable about the region is that this may have been a lynching, an internal form of punishment, sacrilegious acts carried out against the beliefs of Hinamizawa village. It is clear that these incidents are particularly something. We anticipated gaining valuable clues from the missing person believed to have been imprisoned for the longest time, Shion, the suspect's younger sister, but her mind was stricken by the grave after effects of the incidents, and she has not been in a state of mind to properly answer any questions what she knows. Ch.2 concluded that she is boo. Only days later passed since that time. Oh, and now I get to decide when to... Okay, thank you. Wow, thanks. Okay. After that, I was rescued by Oishi-san and his subordinates whom Reina had called in. Aside from my entirely blank state of mind, I had no internal injuries. The most I had was a small burn mark from where the stun gun hit me. As I was having a checkup in the hospital, Oishi-san attacked me, asked me, Sabado, go to sleep, Zan! Oishi-san asked me all sorts of things, but I don't really remember what he asked or how I answered him.
How about new?
Why? It's so late for you already.
I like turtles.
You like turtles, Anthony? You like that turtle? Words are doing something. I don't know. From what I heard, surprisingly, Mion still hadn't been captured. There were apparently a great many hallways and smaller rooms extending out from the depths of the prison. It wouldn't be strange if she had fled to one of those and hidden herself. The one fortunate aspect amidst all the misfortune was that Shion had been safely secured by the police. When I last saw Mion, she seemed like she was going to take me with her and then kill me. She probably didn't have enough time to, though, since Oishi-san came running in faster than she predicted. You like turtles, and Zan is a true gamer by watching me play a game. Yes. That was the only really fortunate thing to have happened. Of course, the rescued Shion, despite having no external wounds, now had a big, deep wound in her heart. She was in a severe state of confusion when they rescued her, and apparently she bit the police officers trying to resist. From what he saw, she was seeing Mion in everyone she saw. Hated not only the hospital, but even her own home. and had shut herself up somewhere in Shishibone, hiding her location. Additionally, in fear that Mian would come for her, she was moving from place to place every day, and even her parents weren't sure where she actually was. Wherever she was living, even now, Shion was spending her days in fear of Mian's shadow. The police were investigating the Sonazaki's underground storehouse at this moment. Since they couldn't find the remains of the other sacrifices, hadn't Mian thrown the corpses into a well? I had a feeling I'd said that to him. That meant a hidden tunnel, vertical like a well, was somewhere in those underground passages. The secret underground, without any maps or architectural drawings, which had swallowed up the remains of Rika-chan, Satoko, and everyone else, was still unwilling to speak the truth. I was brought back to that basement again, too, for an on-the-site inspection or something. But I didn't remember being of any help. I never wanted to go back there again. Yay! You installed that mode. we're like in the final last part. I feel it. For days afterward, the Sonazakis living in Okinomiya, in other words, Mion and Shion's parents, the big-name Yakuza, would come to our house to apologize, bringing many of their followers with them. Take our apology, damn it! However much my parents refused it, they piled up many 100,000 yen bills, calling it consolation money every day. Oh. I mean, I would take it. Why not? The amount of money grew each day, and after it had passed 2 million yen, they were then given an envelope containing a letter. I didn't know what was written in the letter. My parents talked about it by themselves for 2 whole nights, and decided to move away. Oh shit, take the money and run, homie. I see. You're moving, huh? When? At the end of next month. I won't even have been in Hinamizawa for half a year. I'll be lonely. I'm the only one left. Reina smiled sadly. If I had just said yeah, I thought it would make her even more lonely, so I changed the subject. Here's something to think about. That's how I broached it. Mian hadn't actually fled, but had been demoned away in the truest sense of the term. Yay! I'm glad you have time to chat. I'm pretty sure like everyone else is like passing out or something. Let's see. Yeah, it's like about 4:30 a.m. my time, Central Time. I think, let's see. It's either 3 for someone else. Oh, there's Anthony. Oh, you're pulling all-nighter? Oh, snap. You got this. I don't remember the last time I did an all-nighter. Like, I get close to making it to the 24-hour mark, but like a couple hours beforehand, I just conk out and I'm like, nope, I'm done. Sleep for the week. Oh, wait, you're all comfy with your kitty. Join the raffle, get your bones. Join the raffle, you may win some bones. You're calling in sick? You know what? Fair. Do it. You'll be through chapter 4 before the end of today, being the smallest game with only 6 sub-chapters. Really? Wow. I just kind of assumed they were all like around 12. Where she went after she disappeared, that we didn't know. All the others are long, but not 4. Well, fuck 4, I guess. What was there? Where she had disappeared to? I hope there was a hobby shop dealing in imports, the kind Mion liked. In that place, she would definitely be free from the burdensome fetters of her family. And live not as Mion Sonozaki, but as just Mion and enjoy herself. Oh snap! You're getting old again, look. You still think Mion is best girl for some reason? Yes. I would say she's like a super close runner-up for me as also. But Reina, my heart. That Reina so good. Maybe she's already met up with Satoko and Rika-chan. They must also have been waiting for the day Reina and I would join them, spending all their time doing club activities, as lively as they always were. When I told Reina that, she smiled and nodded to me. The incidents the Sonozaki family have been trying so hard to hide too. Yo, fuck! I already got the warning that my headsets are on low battery. Debatable. You kind of hate them all. That's fair. So I'm trying to finish this before I completely, like, lose that battery life. Yep. Keiki-kun better stop being pen pals with someone out of the state. He'll find a way to mess up their life, too. The incidents the Sonozaki family had been trying so hard to hide, too, were exposed to the magazines from this single tiny seam. And if I plug it in, it still goes silent and all that bullshit. It's just a bigger hassle. I'd rather wait. 15 to 20 minutes left? Oh, shit! Okay. We can do this. The serial incidents of recent years were all pulled up like a long vine in the ground, one by one. And for many days, news of it was brought up on talk and variety shows. That's true. I get so yappy, and I don't know why. Shut up! The shows were comedic and silly, never once tried to touch upon the grim, heavy history that Mion had been bearing. It made me mad to see them bringing this stuff up to... Stop. Go to sleep, Blade. Good night. Do you need a lullaby? It just made me mad to see them bringing this stuff... Stop. It still has energy. Ooh, go do all your push-ups and stuff. Oh, why are we screaming? Oh, because we're trying to wake Blade up? Or No. Yeah, I don't. Oh, it's your lullaby. Okay, it was beautiful. Ah! Ah! Oh my gosh. My voice is already going out. Okay. Something just. But there was nothing I could do about it now. How big an impression did these short few weeks I spent in Hinaba's
Drink up, you dehydrated bitch.
Huh? Huh? Thank you. I want to be haunted and lullabied by Blade. That would be so great. You promise? Thank you for the water, Anthony.
Do it!
They are
Just
watered.
do it!
Psh, whatever. How would these short few weeks I spent in Hinamizawa have a— What do you mean, weeks? He said, oh, I haven't even been here for half a year, indicating he's been there for a couple months. Which is a few weeks. Shut up! During these few weeks, I met my best friends and had the best experiences of my life. I'm going, so I'm going. I would probably never forget it for as long as I lived. As for the distorted image of Mion that the media created, after the masses got tired of treating her like a plaything, they would ball her up, throw her in the trash, and then she would fade from their memories. As one of the few people who knew the real
Have you
Neon.
ever had a dream that you could do so
that we remembered and faded on the memories.
You could do anything.
Yeah. I must always make sure I remember her. Beyond any doubt, that will surely become my offering to her. The sky reached so far up and towering. Can't you just say fucking clouds? It's so late, game. It's so late. Clouds floated through it. The real summer was just before our eyes. Oh, even now. Whenever 10 p.m. came around, I would expect a phone call from Shion, or Mion rather. Now that everything was over, of course, she would never call me. But it was precisely because she wouldn't call me that I was scared of who would call me this time. Oh, gosh. You can do anything. Pulls out guns and masks. Anything. Like going to rob a bank? Oh, perfect team. Good luck, you guys. Plus, Mion still hadn't been caught. I couldn't say for sure that everything was completely over. On the other side of that fear, though, were my prayers that Mion was safe. When I thought like that, I was able to sleep, even with such terrifying thoughts. The lights were off. Before, her attacking when the lights were off was something that scared me. However, that feeling changed to regret within 2 days. The moonlight filtered through the gap in the curtains. Wow, gap in the curtains shone onto the desk and illuminated a doll. That's right. The doll that I should have given to Mion that day, that you gave to Reina, and that you bought for Shion. So where the fuck did this doll come from? I'm. No excuses, Anthony. She said it was an import from England or something, and was all the rage, didn't she? From what Shion said, the most popular among them were the ones wearing the fluffy dress. After being released from the incident, the first place I went to was that toy store. Fine. Fine. Answer my question right away. Whatever. Everything was apparently sold out besides the things on the storefront displays. I was refused once when they said they wouldn't sell the display products, but when they realized I was Survivor A from that incident, they immediately consented. What? What? I don't know what you mean. What's going on? Of course, even if I bought it, I might never have the chance to give it to her again. Even knowing that, I waited for the opportunity to give it to her. I waited like this for the opportunity with it on the desk so I could give it to her at any time. Aww, this is actually a kind of cute detail. Where was this in the anime? What the fuck? Give it to her. A plonk. What a weird noise. It was a noise I wasn't used to hearing. It was too big to be raindrops, and it was completely different from the sound lost bugs make when they ram into fluorescent lights. Give it to her on the disc. I like how you think. You're funny. I figured I must have misheard and nestled back into my futon. Plonk. The noise happened again. I wasn't hearing things. I definitely heard it. Where was it coming from? I got up and turned on the light. If there was a second, there would be a third. From where, though? I listened carefully. Plonk. The window. Some sort of pebbles were colliding with my window. Wada-boo-da-boo. When I realized they weren't being blown there by the wind, but rather being thrown by a person, I gave a start. I looked at the clock. Boop, 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 boop. You found some melatonin? Where was it hiding? It was 2 a.m. Who would it be at a time like this? I quietly peeked out the front, though the gap in the curtains. Oh, through the yep, I can read. In the light at the gate, despite it being so late. Oh! Drop a beat. In the light at the gate, despite it being so late. That's all I got. You bought extra by accident? Ah, well, good thing it came in clutch. I saw someone. Boots and cats and 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 cats and boots and cats and boots. Yeah. We're gonna be the best rappers around. They picked up a piece of gravel and threw it at this window. It hit the window and made a plonking noise. Who was it? Ah! I caught my breath in surprise. If my eyes weren't deceiving me, that person was Mion. I threw open the window and looked at the figure again. My eyes certainly weren't deceiving me. It was Mion. It was Mion. She was alive. Mian pressed her index finger to her lips and made a shh motion so I wouldn't shout. If she hadn't, well, I was nearly about to cry out, 'cause you're stupid. Like no one ever was. Bum, bum, bum. Each reprimand to understand.
Watch him go. Watch him rollin'. Watch him go. He be rolling down the street.
The
He be
words that
rollin'
are
to the
in
beat.
shine. Reprimand. It's just you and me. This is our poetry. Reprimand. Oh. Something so what we must defend. Reprimand with a heart so true. I couldn't apologize. You wrap me and I wrap you. Gotta wrap 'em all. Wrap 'em all. Reprimand. Mian was in a very delicate position right now, like my state of mind. What the fuck, you guys? You share the same brain cell. Even if it was the middle of the night, I shouldn't call out her name. I waved to her, gesturing that I'd be right over, flung on my coat atop my pajamas, and flew out the door. I quickly hit the brakes just before going down the stairs. Although happiness was sprouting within me, I had the sad feeling that this would be our final parting. So I went back to my room and grabbed the doll. Oh my god, because he's gonna do something right for once. Good night, Blade. I'll talk to you later. If there was
Meow.
Meow. Yes. I don't think I would have ever thanked him as much as today. Even if it would be the last time we ever saw each other, I was so grateful for this one chance to give it to her. Give it to her. I slipped into my sandals, unlocked the door, unhooked the chain, and leapt out of the house. The Rapper Man theme got you pumped. Yeah, bye. Oh, one last chance. One last chance to make it through. Our rap will hold us through. You rap for me, I rap for you. Rap, rap, rap. Gotta wrap 'em all, wrap 'em all. Rapper Mud. We'll develop a full song someday. Ah, Mian. It's been a while. How are you? Been doing all right? It was like how we used to meet every morning. Mian waved to me and responded like she always did. We need a karaoke one day. And then your ass better, oh yeah, Zan, you better sing it up. I need a karaoke. No, I do not. Because that's Hero's thing, and Hero's voice is way more beautiful than mine. You get screeches from me. You like screeches? It was doubtlessly Mion. It was the real Mion. Oh my gosh, she's so real. Peak screeches. Oh, wait, did I peak again at my screeching? Ah! Ah! Ah? Okay. I wasn't even screeching that loud. I swear. Oh well. I have to find a way to put my mic like halfway across the room or something. Yeah, the lower ones are fine. So I have to figure out how to be like, ah, ah, ah. Yeah, like that. No, no what? No what? Are you all right hanging around this place? I really shouldn't be. She certainly wasn't acting like she knew the police were following her. It was almost like she was a patient who had gotten sick of staying in the hospital and had snuck out. Snuck out. Yeah, but we've been messing with the filter so much. What happens if you scream away from the mic like at your door? I don't know. I'll have to try it. Like scream behind yourself? Oh, if I like turn and scream? Let me swivel.
Let him cook.
Let me swivel. Ugh. Okay. Okay, I'm gonna scream. Kinda. Did you hear? Did you hear my screech? I did some squeeches. No, you did not hear them? Out. What the fuck? Either I was too high or it just decided not to pick up anything. I don't fucking know. I don't know. Well, I don't know. We'll keep trying. Dan, go to sleep. It's like 5, and you have to be up in like 3 hours, homie. Her speech was relaxed enough to make me think that, and I couldn't help but be surprised. The relaxation I thought was more like Mion, and I was happy for it.
Huh?
Do not hold me. Do not hold me. Yeah. Anyway, what's wrong? What do you need at this hour? I wanted to talk to you one last time. Yeah, that's why I kept like getting on him to go to sleep at like when it hit like 3:30. I'm like, go to sleep. You can go to sleep. Go to sleep. Allegedly. Are you calling out? Or did they switch something? Wait. Now I want to know. Dan, do you work tomorrow? Like for realsies, do you work tomorrow? That was when I noticed, in a couple hours. Go to sleep. That was when I noticed them. On Mian's forehead were big droplets of sweat.
Lizard, 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 lizard.
Lizard, 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 lizard. How are you gonna function when you get home? Coffee. Okay, sure. We'll see. Na 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 na. Her expression too, which I had thought to be a satisfied smile, was upon closer inspection slightly trembling, and I realized that she was forcing it. Well, I can't stay for any longer. A pained note was beginning to enter her words as well, as if just smiling was a feat for her. Are you all right? Are you not feeling well? I tried so hard until now, but I can tell I'm done. This is my limit. They're about to come up behind me and take me away. Mian's smile crumbled and started to stiffen. Did she push herself this much to come all this way for me? Her laughter cut off and changed into rough breathing. I reached out to rub her back, but she knocked me away. Are you okay? Don't force yourself. Oh, that's right. I had something to give you, Mian. This doll. I had wanted to do this one last thing, because I knew how little time you had left. But this last thing, it... Brad! Who saw this coming? I know, who wrote people's backs? Probably losers. Ugh. My stomach is burning. Oh yeah, you know, that's kind of like a monthly thing for people, so get over it. Mian took a meat cleaver, like knife, and stabbed me. You could just say fucking knife. I've never heard of meat cleaver like knife before. And pushed it in tight, and took it, and twisted it. Mian. Hey, what? It hurts. I made it! I made it! I cowered on the ground. My stomach was so hot, it was almost spewing fire. Oh yeah, you should ask Soul about it. I'm sure it is, but the way they have it described just seems weird. It just sounds sarcastic now. You did fail me. How could you fail me through text? Mian watched it, then took a few steps back and cackled. I've done it. I've done it all. That's everyone I wanted to kill. The last words Mian left me with that day came back to me. After today, Mian will never come back. From today, from today on, even if my body is here, a body is all it will be. By then, the demon will have taken it over. Thanks. It's not totally because I'm also cracking. I'm not losing my mind after 9 hours of this. Am not. By then, the demon will have taken it over. The demon. The demon. The demon! Meon. This can't. I thought we had finally been able to meet. You're funny. This can't. Meon? In the pool of blood of. Whoa! In a pool of blood of my own design is the doll I bought for Meon. Dyed in red. So red. So dyed. Meon!
I've never been on live television before because I'm a kid, and apparently Grandpa just gives me a remote after we watch the Powerball. I just freak out.
I freak out. The good fortune of having been allowed to meet Meon once more, and the misfortune of that meeting being torn apart before my eyes. Should I be grateful or curse it? Hello, penguin! Not losing it. How are you? What's going on? How goes that 15 to... When was the 15 to 20 minutes said? Like over 20 minutes ago now? I don't know. Hi, how are you? What's going on? Like half an hour ago. Well, we broke out into song a couple times, and I don't quite remember what else happened in that last half hour. You did 12 hours straight science, and now your brain. Oh my god.
Don't give me excuses. Give me results.
Yeah. Oh my gosh. Yeah. Why? Why did you do that? Because I'm melting at 9 with reading. See, this is the true crazy man. Oh, sorry, crazy hand. My emotions were neither of those, as my consciousness sucked.
Drink up, you dehydrated bitch.
My consciousness suck. You couldn't help yourself. What kind of science was it? Yeah. Okay, bones are watered, thank you. Genomics. Am I reading correctly? Hold on. I'm just probably stupid and don't know what that is. Structure, function, evolution of an organism's set of DNA. Oh, genome stuff. See, I told you I'm stupid. With a little bit of lab work. It's like genetics, but you look at more than one gene. Oh. That's cool. Many genes were you looking at? What kind of genes were you looking at? From whomst? All of the genes! Yeah! The doll I bought for Mion, the blood had ruined it. Well, blood kinda fucking does that, doesn't it? No matter how I scrubbed and scrubbed, it had needlessly been ruined. You're scrubbing a doll of your blood that is actively in your blood? Got it. The sad moon was so white, it looked frozen. That's how detectives do. June 28th, 1983. Not one of these again. A violent incident occurred in Hinamizawa village. The victim was Kiichi Maibara, also a victim of the previous string of disappearances. At around 2 a.m., he was stabbed in the stomach with a stabbed object by the suspect of the last case and was gravely wounded. He was discovered when his parents woke up and was then transported to the clinic. He escaped death. The criminal fled the scene. On the same day, at approximately the same time, a fall victim occurred in the Kamishiki apartment complex in Shishibone City Prefecture. The victim was Shion Sonozaki, also a victim. The same night, neighbors overheard her having a big fight with someone and informed the manager. The manager used a master key to enter the room and discovered that the victim had fallen from her 8th floor balcony to her death. The room had been torn apart and appeared to show traces of a fight. One neighbor has frequently visited the Sonozaki house for a long time and testified that he heard what sounded like the two sisters having a fight, trading insults back and forth. We believe this was related to the injury case that occurred the same day in Hinamizawa village, perpetrated by said individuals restricted and did a thorough search of the room, but we could not find any traces that would imply that anyone but the victim was present. The victim fell straight down into the foliage of a parking strip. Her neck broke and she died immediately. Her clothing was disheveled and had markings that would imply a scuffle. We also believe, however, that it could have been an insanity-induced suicide attempt based on the particular event or chain of victim activity. We are conducting a thorough examination of both the bodies. It doesn't pause. And I don't know why. It just goes, and it goes fast. There. Oh, we gotta be there. We gotta be so close. Only for 5 minutes, understand? Please don't try to excite him. Yes, I'll be careful. Clack! The door opened, and as I expected, fucking Oishi-san came in. 20 more minutes, who fucking knows at this point. Hello, my Bara-san. It's been a while, hasn't it? Tell me, how have you been since then? The doctors say my post-operative recovery seems to be going smooth. I can't do these large words this late, early. I can't do it. But I think I got worse when I saw your face. Ah, snap! Fuck you, Oishi! No! You wound me. As Oishi-san gave a laugh that smelled of sweat, he handed Mom a bag of assorted candies he must have purchased from the souvenir corner on the first floor of the hospital. Excuse me, Miss Maibara. Would it be possible for me to talk to Kiichi-kun for just a few moments, like all those times that I talked to him for just a few moments without you around, without your permission? you know, your minor son? Mom clearly wasn't pleased at the thought of a police officer talking to her son without her there. Oh, good mom! However, I insisted. Bad son! I'm trying. Mom. Sorry, just a little while. Did you hear that whine? Mom! Though grudgingly, Mom left the room. Oh yeah, so she finally cares about her son. Okay, yeah. And not just randomly leaving him for some fucking reason. Yeah, that never made sense to me. Oh, me and your father have to go to the city, and we'll be gone all night. Even though it's his business, I gotta be there for some reason. When she closed the door, Oishi-san grinned widely and looked around the room. Yeah, apparently. Huh. Wait! Does that mean if I go around stabbing... not children, but teenagers, their parents will care for them more? This is a public service! I will do it for the teenagers! What do you mean, no? Oh, come on! It's for the community! It's for the locals! I am doing a favor at that point. Oishi, he grinned and stuff and looked around the room. Yeah. A room to yourself? How high class? Fuck off, Oishi. My old lady always gets a shared room, you know. Fuck off, Oishi. It is quite lively, however. Fuck off, Oishi. Seems like you're a higher rank if you have a worse disease and no fucking shit, Oishi! What the fuck? I hate you so much. So much. It's like, the more sick you are, and the more likelihood of you dying means you have more equipment and other stuff to prevent from spreading it or getting more sick. Wow. Fuck off, Oishi! The sicker you are, the prouder you are. Or maybe the more what the fuck is he talking about?
No cursing for hello.
I know there's a way. Well, I can't do. Well, I can't do. There was supposed to be. I was trying to refund it so I could swear. But I can't find the refund button. Yay, cause fuck you, Oishi! He fucking sucks. I'll give you your points back later. I'll figure it out. Yeah, do that. Oishi-san, we only have 5 minutes, you fucking dick. I would never like it if these were the last 5 minutes we ever saw each other. Oh wait, I would like it. I agree. I would like it if you just never showed up again. I don't have any connection to Hinamizawa anymore, and this isn't in Hinamizawa anymore either. Yes, because there aren't any general hospitals in Okinomiya, you fucking... I hate you. Mind if I take a seat? Yeah, I mind. Stand up. Stand up. Down we go. Fuck you. This was a large university hospital in Shishibone
Great job,
City.
bitch.
I did not swear once. Then you just lost 10k bones. You're crazy. Go to sleep, by the way. It was splendidly urban, entirely different from the likes of Hinamizawa and Okinomiya. It was hard to believe Hinamizawa was part of the same city. When does it look like you'll get transferred? Don't know. I'm ready to go whenever, though. Our moving plans were delayed a little because of my serious injury. My parents had already left the house in Hinamizawa, though, and were living in our new one. They planned to have me transfer hospitals to be closer to the new house once I'd recover enough to be taken there. Read the book. Go the frick to sleep. Yeah. Yeah. Actually, I can just do it. There you go. I don't know, but I did it. That better not be the reason you're staying up. It's just because you're a bitch. Got it. Please don't come to where I'm transferring. I really will get worse then. Man, you really do hate me. We all fucking hate you. It may just be my job, but that stings. That's why I brought you all kinds of lovely souvenirs in atonement. You didn't need to bring an assortment of cookies for that. Well, you see, there aren't actually cookies in there. Look. Oishi-san pulls out the can of cookies and... Meow! Meow! Only if you want to. Ow, ow, I'm stretching my scar. I didn't know what you were into, my Bara-san, so I brought all sorts of things. Yes, such a bitch. See? All sorts of cute-looking ones from Western to comic strips. What the fuck are he talking about? Oh, I just saw the H manga. Lately, they have this sort of H manga aimed at girls, too. You're gross. Fuck you, Oishi. Yeah, don't bring porn in here. Take them away and go home. No, I thought for sure a healthy young person like you would be feeling a little needy. Being cooped up in a place like this for so long. That's super creepy. Like, Double triply fuck you, Oishi. If you stay here too long, the only fetish you'll end up with is a nurse one, you know. What the fuck? There are plenty of other beautiful things in this world besides nurses after— oh, what the— okay, like seriously, what the fuck is he here for? Don't decide what to major in now. Keep your options open. I don't know. You need to be more all-around type of person. He can be whatever the fuck he needs, but you don't need to be anywhere near that decision. You gave his vulgar laughter a pain grin. Why aren't you just being like, okay, get the fuck out? Somehow or other, I understood. Understood what? The fact that Oishi-san was bringing it up like this meant that he must have had something important to talk about. Can you just talk about the important thing and not be super weird and pervy with the underage person? Because, yeah, he's like... oh, yeah, he's supposed to be like 13 or something in here. The incident with Shion really was unfortunate. The night I was stabbed by Mion, Shion fell from her balcony and died. They said the police were investigating all possibilities, accident, suicide, and homicide, but it could only have been Mion's doing. Mion found out where Shion was hiding and pushed her down to her death. Nothing else was conceivable. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know why he can't just talk to the mom. Or at least, like, talk with the mom there. That way he doesn't have to do all the pervy bullshit. It couldn't have been an accident. It was Mion. It had to be. The criminology guys are saying it had to be a suicide. But I'm of the same opinion as you, my Bara-san. She pushed Shion-san and also stabbed you. In one night. Has Mion still not been found? Oh, that's right. That's what I came here to tell you today. I fucking hate Oishi. I hate him more than Kiichi. Like, doubly more. 3 times more hatred to Oishi than Kiichi. Yes, we actually did find her. What? Learning that felt rather strange to me. I was partly relieved that the incident was truly over, and I was partly sorry that my best friend had finally been caught. I felt many other things too. My heart was a maze of emotions. That's not all. In the Sonozaki House catacombs, we found a hidden well. Just as you said, my Bara-san, we found the remains of all those who disappeared at the bottom. I see. That sliver of hope, that possibility I believed in, that Rika-chan and Satoko were alive just from the fact the remains hadn't been found. Gone. It was incredibly well hidden in those catacombs. I mean, it was in the blind spot of another blind spot. It has vertical tunnel. Wow, it was a vertical tunnel dug out like a well. Yeah, he forgot. I don't know if he's just like acting that way just to get a rise or what the fuck is wrong with him, but I just nope. We detest Oishi. Hands down. There was a ladder set up there, and when we went all the way down, there was another tunnel built there going through it. When we followed it a few hundred meters, we found ourselves at the mouth of an old unused well in the mountains. I wonder if it was a secret escape route a previous Sonozaki family leader built. probably was. Maybe it was made in the Meiji era. Still, I'm impressed they built something like that. So everyone's remains were at the bottom? Yes. Even deeper down than the escape path, there was a pool of coal tar. They'd been casually thrown in there. They had fallen from a fairly high spot, so their remains were totally buried in it. It took a lot of time and effort to pull their bodies up. Did you find them all? I had hoped that they at least wouldn't find Rika-chan or Satoko. Wouldn't find them? What? That's what I wished for when I asked, but my shallow hope was crushed in the blink of an eye. Yes, all of them. In fact, we also found human bones we think are over a decade old. We think there are at least 3 people. I suppose it's the dark side of Hinamizawa's history. I wonder how many people's bones we'll find when we've sucked out all the mud. It's a scary thought. That weight had been pushing down on Mion's shoulders the whole time. Mion. We currently identified people who disappeared from Shishibone City decades ago. People are talking about how this opportunity might let us resolve the disappearing persons cases that have been abandoned. Should he be telling us this? Not 100% sure he should have been telling us, like, much of anything, to be honest. But, you know, plot. Exposition. After a deep silence, he breathed a heavy sigh. Oishi-san went for his cigarettes to pass the time, but realized this was a non-smoking room, so he gave up and put them back in his shirt pocket. Yeah, exactly. It's like they're all your friends, and like, kind of at this point, is it more detrimental for him, for like, Kichi to know all this? I don't know. Alright. This is a bit of a detour. Of course there's a fucking detour. Why wouldn't there be a fucking detour? But you know Rika Furure-san, right? Of course, you fucking shitbag. She's my friend. Did she ever tell you anything along the lines of her regularly taking insulin injections for diabetes? What? Rika-chan has diabetes? I didn't know what he was talking about. I don't... What? Actually, we found it in her skirt pocket. A syringe. It was destroyed though, so we couldn't identify the medicine. It was a bit out of place, so I got interested. Oh, he's... okay. He's... Oh, needle on a little girl obviously equals diabetes. Don't you know that, Anthony? Gosh. You really don't know anything. I didn't know anything about Rika-chan carrying syringes around with her. Okay. The Sonozaki family corporates, the Yakuza people anyway. I forgot who's talking. There's rumors that they deal in psychostimulants. I was thinking that might have something to do with it too. Are you trying to tell me that Rika-chan is a drug addict? Can he just fucking get straight to the point? No, not at all. That isn't what I'm saying. Then fucking say it! It's just strange, however you look at it. that she would bring a syringe with her on her way to get soy sauce. I have no idea what any of this means. I'm on Keiki-kun's side. Just say it. My eyes are spinning. My brain is melting. I feel sick. Are you all right? Should I call a nurse? I'm fine. Please continue, but like, say it. Say it straight, homie. This has been over 5 minutes. Well, that's all I had to say about that. That's all you had to Anthony, he was all like, oh yeah, we found this syringe on this little girl. We couldn't identify what the liquid inside was, but like, we could obviously tell if it was insulin or not by our analysis. But clearly, since it's not, I'm gonna come to you and make you more worried about something that you don't need to be worried about. For no fucking reason. Do I got that right? I know, just thanks, okay, there. It was the only thing that personally struck me as interesting. Well, good for fucking you. So why are we telling this 13-year-old boy about this? Rika-chan. Rika-san. Rika-san was sort of like the village mascot, after all. It looks like the village is in an uproar right now, between the older blind believers and the Sonozaki family who killed her. The three families' effective control over the village is basically in shambles too. If someone came up to them with talk of a dam again, with this sort of timing, the entire village would be abandoned for sure this time. What the fuck, dude? I think so. He just likes to cause, like, unnecessary, like, emotional damage to people. I'm not related to Hinamizawa anymore. I actually was. I just said it because the thought about Hinamizawa being abandoned was unpleasant. I wanted to end the conversation quickly. So just fucking end it. Just be like, okay, get out. Just get out. Just get out. There was a knock at the door. Yeah! It opened slightly and my mom asked if we were still talking. No, we're done. We're done. Whoops. We went off topic, didn't we? Like always. What a pickle. I looked at the clock. 5 minutes were long past. He told my mother that there was something he really wanted to ask, and if she could wait a little bit longer. Oh my god. She even gave him extra time. Is that so? Keep it short, okay? There wasn't any getting around the fact that she was thinking about what a police officer could be talking to her son about. Maybe we should choose another day for this. No, just fucking say this bullshit. Driving me up the fucking wall. Oishi-san. Mion, how is she right now? I wanted to just hear that answer and then get rid of him. Before I tell you that, I just need one thing from fucking Oishi, fucking. Oh my god! I just need you to answer something in all. Okay, fucking ask the question. Oh my lord, stop! What is it? I wanted you to take your. Oh my god, why? Why? Me too. I'm like so ready to just like, I don't know, something. I would hurt this man if I could. Like, really. If you say something indiscreet, it could be viewed as an obstruction of the investigation and you could be prosecuted. Fuck off. Fuck off. Isn't this obstructing the investigation itself by him, like, not actively doing the investigation and asking the questions? I think you should be prosecuted. Oishi-san kept threatening me until the end because he's an asshole. What the hell did he want now? Maibara-san, who do you think the criminal was who pushed Shion from the balcony? There's no way it could be anyone but Mion, is there? Then who was the one who stabbed you? Please don't make me say it again. It was Mion. Mion Sonazaki. Oishi-san smiled bitterly, then dabbed at his forehead with a handkerchief to wipe his sweat. He should have expected that answer, and yet it looked as though he wasn't satisfied with it. She pushed Shion and stabbed me. Didn't you just admit yourself that Mion was the criminal? The evidence we have that Mion killed Shion is based on testimony from the man living next door. This neighbor is actually a member of an organized crime group. In other words, he was Shion-san's bodyguard. It seems he's a veteran leader in that vein and was like a parent to the Sonazaki sisters growing up. Oh, is it Kai-san? Was it Kai-san? That man said this. The noise he heard from next door was just like the sound of a fight between the sisters that he was used to hearing when they still lived together. And no, there was no doubt about it. He said he heard Mion and Shion insulting each other and heard them struggling. At first, though, he thought it was a hallucination she was having brought on by her dementia. You see, he thought that because that sort of ruckus had been occurring every night. Yeah, we're also a witness. I know! Because he got stabbed, but oh my god, if you don't answer this honestly, we're still gonna prosecute you. He thought that because that sort of ruckus had been occurring every night. However, that night had been longer than the rest, and he claimed that he went to her room to give her a sedative. The noise died down while he got the manager to give him the key. Wait, he's her bodyguard, but he doesn't have a fucking key? Make it make sense. Make it make sense. I don't understand why Ninja Bear. Make it make sense. Make it make sense. Why don't you have a key to the person you're bodyguarding? I'm literally like brain melt. I don't get it. He'd already decided he'd at least check up on her, and after she wasn't answering its calls, they took the plunge and unlocked the door. Yeah, exactly. This sounds like an emergency. Especially when he's all like, oh yeah, I've heard her doing this before. So shouldn't it be like, oh yeah, I should probably have a key in case she hurts herself? The fuck? Then they saw that the room was a mess. Since Shion had been pushed over the balcony, they decided it had to have been Mion. And that's how it happened. In other words, he only heard from the other side of the wall. Plus, because the apartment complex is connected to their organization, it doesn't have many residents. So they were the only ones who heard it happening. To reiterate, there was only one person who witnessed Mion Sonozaki. Even if he didn't see her, isn't it obvious Mion's doing? Now, settle down. This is what I'm saying. It means you are the only one who saw Mion Sonozaki for sure last night. After all, Shion-san, the one witness, is no longer alive. What are you trying to say? I don't really understand. At that point, Oishi-san paused. The fact that this was a no-smoking area completely slipped his mind, and he took out his packet of cigarettes again. Kerchak. He lit one with his lighter. You fucking asshole. And exhaled a long stream of tobacco smoke. Like, I understand there were times where everyone smoked everywhere, but it's like you would think with in front of this 13-year-old who's recovering and you're telling him all this bad news, you could like not blow smoke in their face. And exactly, in a hospital. Jeez. Cause yeah, I think this is what 80 something? Yeah. It was like early 80s in Japan. Were you really stabbed by Mion Sonozaki? Yes. There's no doubt about that. Okay, well. do. It was still allowed, but yeah, he is in a non-smoking room. Yeah, why would he lie? I don't know. Don't know why he's so insistent. Like, oh, obviously this kid knows something. He's trying to protect this chick, even though she like stabbed him and stuff. You know. And Kiichi not saying anything. Also, it's kind of irritating. It's just like, this is a no smoking room. That's all he has to say. The smoke Oishi-san breathed out floated away, like a thundercloud swept away by the wind. Oh, there we go. He waits. Yeah, if anything, he would lie and say she didn't stab him. I know! Like, what the fuck? Good, Kei-chan. Make him put it out. The nurses will get mad. Actually, we found Mion Sonozaki at the bottom of the well, too. Is he just ignoring him? What? She fell to her death. We believe that as she was trying to escape to that hidden passage in the well, her foot slipped while climbing down the ladder. It didn't matter because he ignored him! She fell to the bottom, broke her neck, and died. Yes, the same way as Shion-san. She broke her neck. Well, what? Out that day, Mion Sonozaki tried to escape using the hidden well. But her foot slipped and she died. As if beckoned by the corpses of the other sacrifices, she dropped down there. But that doesn't make any sense, does it?
The autopsy came to the conclusion that she definitely died on that day. She didn't go back there after attacking you and Shion-san. She was already dead by then. My jaw was on the floor. There was absolutely no way that could be. Mion was the one that stabbed me. It had to have been her. There wouldn't have been anyone else to do it. Then... Then who attacked Shion and me? Who was it? The one who attacked you was someone who was Mion Sonozaki, and yet not Mion Sonozaki. My mind had become a complete mess, and I was starting to lose my ability to think straight. I've lost that ability like 2 hours ago, not gonna lie. What was it? I don't think it was directly stated during the second arc, but I think it was brought up later of the switch. We're gonna hit the 10 mark anyway! Yeah, this story was in the anime. And the after part where he gets stabbed and he's in the hospital is in there. And I think the part where basically being told that Shion was like pushed off was also in there. But I'm not 100% sure about this kind of conversation happening during that arc. But I know it's told to you like kind of this in detail later. Woo! Yeah! But yeah, I know at some point it's like super... It just, like, here you go. This is what happened. Do you remember how Mio Takano-san died? Takano-san? Yeah. I think I heard that she was burned to death in some distant mountains. We learned that she was burned after being strangled to death. The Gifu station did the autopsy. It's a little bit strange. The results of the preliminary autopsy said that she had been dead for at least 24 hours. Since that was contradictory in their panic, they seemed to have revisited it to say she died earlier that day. Ba-da-da-da! Despite me being an absolute wreck over what was going on with Mion, he was telling me there was even more on top of this, and he couldn't have opened with any of that bullshit earlier? I didn't understand the complex things Oishi-san was telling me, or fucking why. The results saying she had been dead for 24 hours, as our own world criminologist says, is pretty damn reliable. So then what would that mean? I've asked that question over and over. But on the night of Watanagashi... Bum, bum, bum. You were with Mio Takano-san, weren't you? I was. You also met her on the day before, while setting up for the festival, right? Hi, Art! How's it going? We're dying over here. We're digging your grave. And it's grave. Same. We're all losing our minds. But yes! How's it going? You also met her on the day before while setting up for the festival, right? I mean, I ran into her too. Yes, I was with her then. If she'd been dead for 24 hours, then that would mean she was already dead the day before the festival. Haha, that can't be. She was... She was alive during the festival preparations. However, when you all slipped into the ritual storehouse, Takano-san was already dead. The origin of all that happened, the beginning of everything, our intrusion in the ritual storehouse, which I had come to regret countless times. The one who tempted me, Takano-san, when she invited us into the storehouse, she was already no longer of this world. Wait! There are too many dead people walking around in this incident. Nah-ha-ha! An incident caused by a dead person and ended by a dead person. Also, apparently, they're under pressure to revise the time of Shion Sonozaki's death, not to the day of the incident, but to right after she stabbed you. Probably pressure from the outside to get this incident wrapped up already. So I'd appreciate it if you didn't say a word about this to anyone. Oishi-san grabbed his jacket that was hanging on the chair, put out his cigarette with the bottom of his foot. Of course he did. He pushed it out like that. And started pretending to wave away the smoke floating around. I've stayed too long. I had come here thinking I could at least end this incident as it applied to you, but it looks like it got even more baffling instead. Because you what do you mean it got more baffling? You created the baffle! Oishi, I hate you so much. Absent-mindedly, he walked towards the door, looking at me, unable to speak out of the corner of his eye. I know! Get it. If it so happens that something comes up you want to talk about in the future, call me anytime. I would absolutely never call this guy ever again. My business card is in those souvenirs from before. When that time comes, I'll pay you a visit with some wonderful souvenirs again. Nope. Noof. Oishi-san seemed to think I was still hiding something. Yeah, what? Yes, I would just deny, be like, dude, he's been harassing me since all this started. That I, after all this, would be hiding something. I'm the one things are being hidden from. I'm the one who wants to know. Then let us meet again one day. Take care of yourself. He just fades away. Slam! I listened to the tap, tap, tap of Oishi-san walking down the hall. I still couldn't return from my state of bewilderment. He wanted to end this incident as it applied to me. What was over? Nothing was over. The incident was still continuing. Bruh. There's still words. There's still words. Then slip. An arm covered in fresh blood came out from underneath the bed. Oh, the get up. I wasn't that surprised. This was an illusion I was seeing, seized with fear. Hey-chan, I told you, remember? I heard a guttural voice coming from under the bed. Oops. Kei-chan, I told you, remember? I still recognized it as Mion's voice. Okay. Let's try again. Kei-chan, I told you, remember? Know how to be guttural in Mion. I know. She got so manly. What, Mion? What did you tell me now? I warned you on that day. After today, if you see me, it will be the demon that has possessed my body. You did. You said that, didn't you? Sorry. Guess I wasn't careful enough. That's why I got stabbed. Possibly wounds sustained when she fell from the ladder. Many of her fingernails were broken and torn. Her arm slowly felt about on top of the bed, searching for mine. Oh, hey, Mion. I just, thought of a good joke. Want to hear it? Oh my god. The Mion under the bed didn't answer. Let's say that I died here today, but tomorrow I'd still be here living a normal life. So when Oishi-san learned about it afterwards, the time of death wouldn't make sense once again. He'd make a huge deal about how someone who should have died was alive, and he'd totally lose his head. Takano-san, then Mion, and then me third. So? Funny, right? Makes you laugh, doesn't it? I just died in your arms tonight. Mama. Boom, 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 boom. Walk a mama. Ah, my eye. Mama. Boom, 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 boom. Ha Kei-chan. Laugh. Or was it not that funny? I don't have brain power for like anything. Mion's blood-stained hand groped around and found my wrist. Though her fingernails were torn, she gripped it hard as if scratching me. Ow, 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 go easy, ow, it hurts. Kei-chan, I've come for you. I tried to shake my wrist loose, but the strength she held was unbelievable, and I couldn't. She was only gripping one wrist, and yet my whole body wouldn't move. I couldn't even twitch, and I couldn't even move. My fingers were spread apart, and I couldn't even move. And that fact that I couldn't make a fist reminded me of a table that I couldn't resist. And I couldn't even make a move. White! Exclamation points! I felt the crooked nail press against my left pinky. Mia's forehead was split open and so stinky. And with the face covered with blood, she smiled and got right up in front of my nose. Nothing was over. Nothing was over. This incident was far from being over. It was still going on and on and on and on and on, and it's never ending. It was still happening. Someone please end me. That is my only wish. I grant you one before you remember. You don't get any more. Me and further smoke. Me and firmly held the nail down on my fingertip, and with her other hand, she slowly swung a mallet up into the air and... Screen! We'll be fucking done. I swear, if there's any tips. The extra session. Oh no, I can't do it, Anthony. I can't do it. I can't do anymore. Oh my god, Hablet. Soul, whoever, I don't know, I'm losing my mind. Good news, we finished the game. Bad news, there's extras. You go back to sleep. Oh, what are we at?
Drink up, you dehydrated bitch.
10 hours. But like, if we do the extras, then we're done.
Stretch those bones, lazy fuck.
Thank you. Oh my god. Hold on, I need a mozzarella stick that I've had for like hours. I need a pick me up. We're gonna do it. We're gonna do it. All cash review session. At least it opens with the best girl ever. I love the review session. Blah 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 blah. You do that. I'm gonna have another mozzarella stick. I deserve it. I've been going insane for the last like 3 hours. What was it? At the like 7.5 hour mark, we were in the conversation with Shion, Reina, and Kiichi, where they're all like, okay, we're gonna go talk to her so she'll go surrender herself. And it's like, cool, that shouldn't take long. It took fucking forever! And then I finally got down to the fucking bunker scene, and someone was like, oh, you probably only have like 20 to 15 minutes left then. I'm like, sweet, though I'll add in extra because I get yappy apparently. That was at 8.5 hours in. And we just finished. But now we have the fucking review section. And I can't not do it. Oh, so, you know what else I was told? You know what I was told? There's mods that put in who is talking. Yeah, so we could have had that all the time. We could have, but I didn't know. I did not know. Okay, let's do this. What am I at? 10:15. Okay. Yeah, they add fucking names. Some of them have voice acting, but we're not gonna do that because it's more fun my way. I'm dying. Okay, I'm good. I think, I'm less dying. Oh, Reina. Help me. Give me strength.
Thank you very much for enjoying Higurashi when they cry, Watanagashi. How did you like the story this time? If you enjoyed it even a little, I'm happy. A little nothing. Not again. It was a huge bad ending again, was it not? Is it enough to make me simply furious?
I was furious.
Look at Rika! I'm furious!
Well, good work, everyone. That's how it ended. But don't you think this story was kind of like a Mion chapter? I'm extremely satisfied with how big a role I played.
You cannot call such a thing a success. Rika and I got killed too, didn't we? None of this concerned Satoko at all either.
And I didn't want to read this as much as I did.
Now, don't cry. There was a story centered around Mion.
Chan. Fuck yeah.
So there will probably one that centers around Satoko-chan too. Look forward to it.
Yeah, the most sad one ever. And Satoko would definitely get attacked by a crowd of weirdo bullies and abused to death. Oh my god. Okay.
I don't want that. Oh. Mii-chan, if you joke around too much, you'll make me angry too. Mii has a flat chest. Your mind wouldn't understand even if it wanted to be petted. Oh, they expanded. Your body is so unchaste.
Good Marshall, Daddy. Oh, I'm a little bit happy right now. It's fine. Hey, everyone. Great work. Ah, fuck off. I'm not even gonna read his lines. I'm done with him.
Tomitaki-san! Yes, you did a great job as well. Where are Takano-san and Shion-chan?
They're coming, of course. Thank you for inviting us today. But Shion, there? May I sit here?
Yes, go right ahead.
With all of us here, this is sure to be the best part. Please go easy on me.
Then should we get started? Is this everyone? Kiichi.
I don't read you. How unfortunate. It doesn't feel right to leave him out. Mio-san, you don't have to worry about that. At times like these, going all out is actually a way of showing consideration.
That's true, isn't it? We're all here for once. Holding a wake would be boring.
Then, sorry Kiichi-kun, but we'll take things from here.
It's decided. Okay, everyone, get the cups. Does anyone not like carbonated drinks? Okay, I'm skipping any of the non-essentials. I can't do it.
Me!
Here. Cups, juice, lead, Rada.
Everyone, excellent work. The Watanagashi chapter is now over.
Thank you! Thank God! Ba-ba-da! What? Clap, clap! Yeah, we're done! Okay, everybody's here. Debate the story again. Yes. Okay.
I think so. Then, let's get some honest opinions. Does anyone here have something to say?
That was bullshit and I hate Oishi! Yeah! Woo, woo, woo.
An honest opinion. Was the story this time not an answer chapter? The criminal was Mion-san. The root of all the evil was the Sonozaki family.
Oh, thank you. You didn't have to see. You didn't have to see.
Was that not the conclusion?
I see. I was so sure that Mi-chan wasn't the criminal.
Too naive. This was entirely predictable from the previous Onikakushi chapter, was it not? In fact, it's almost shocking how predictable it was. Shut up, Luigi.
It's like the story went exactly as everyone expected. Then, does that mean the main Higurashi when they cry scenario is pretty much over? So it's a sure thing that the root of everything was Mi-chan's family?
Oh, get that bound sweet. Get that bound sweet. And my ball.
I wonder, in fact, I think that this all means the theory of the Sonozakis being the guilty party has been disproven. Oh, you said the same opinion, Mio-san. I think the same way, though I still don't believe in curses. At the very least, however, I think the chances of the Sonozaki family being the true criminals has gone down.
Huh? Why is that? Didn't Mi-chan confess that she killed everyone?
That's right.
She killed Rika and me, so what do you mean that she isn't the criminal after all that?
I'm not trying to confuse you or anything. It's just that I think there are a lot of things that don't go along with Mion being the one behind. Do we want to actually do this? we already watched the anime. We just finished the visual novel. They're just gonna continue on with the same bullshit. And yeah, it's just circle, circle, circle. We're all almost at 10:30, and I thought I had it in me, but if it's just gonna be circle, circle, same bullshit that we already kind of discussed anyway, I don't think I do. Yeah, let's just... Yeah, they're just basically going... Okay, we're done. Skip! Nope, we're just gonna fucking turn. Speedrun. I finished. Wow. Fastest speedrun you ever saw, I bet. Oh. Yeah, my brain's whatever's left of it. Oh my god, I finished it! Yeah. I'm gonna look at those mods. Boing dead, so dead. Not even. No left, boing gone, forever. What am I trying to do? Ah, yes. I'll look at the mods.
That was easy. That was easy.
Yes, it was. It was so good. I'm gonna look at the mods for the next chapter to get those text boxes, and I'll see if there's something that kind of like hopefully betters the repetition going on. I guess we'll see for sure, but you know. But otherwise, what am I on? I don't know. Oh, I think I'm trying to find someone to raid. Maybe. I don't know. Or I might just end. I don't know! We usually raid. Now I should, like, get some rest. Oh, I'm sure I'm just gonna pass out. Thanks for stopping in, Soul, and witnessing basically the height of my breakdown. Hey, yes! Yeah, I think we're not gonna raid today. We'll do it another day. But yeah, Anthony, you better get some sleep too, because you've been up. And then, so you have a good day at work. Talk to you later. Eat and drink. Yes. I have water, and I have some mozzarella sticks that I got forever ago that I need to finish, so I'll do that, definitely. Oh, I will sleep. After I finish those, I'm basically just gonna trudge upstairs and just collapse and probably sleep until it's... Let's see. Probably until it's time to stream for today! Woo! Because I gotta stream in, like, what, 14 hours again. Hopefully not for another 10. But, yes! Okay, thank you for stopping in. I love you all. Oh, we'll show you our Rappermon song too later, so sounds like a plan. Okay, good night, good night, good night.